Good morning to the 6 of you. And then good morning to everyone else. Hey. All right. What I want you to do, this is not planned, so we're going to just see how it happens here. Everybody to stand if you are willing and able. I would sort of stand with you. I'll borrow Chris's mic. All right. So, once you're up with us, I'm going to click a little bit, okay? We're going to all wake ourselves up a little bit, okay? We're going to breathe. 8 counts, we're going to breathe in. 8 counts, we're going to breathe out, okay? This is good for the soul. Trust me on this. 4, 3, 2, breathe in. 1, 2. And out. 2, 3, 4. Now really let that breath fill you in. And in. And out. Feel that energy release. Breathe in all the good stuff. Breathe in. Breathe out. Let all the garbage go. It's a new day. One more time. And in. Out. Awesome. Relax. Now, hands up. Stretch them out. Oh, yeah. I know you all didn't think you were coming to a workout class this morning. Psych! Lean it over. Really feel that stretch. All right, back to center. Lean it over the other way. Oh, yeah. I don't know about y'all. This feels good. All right, back to center. Interlock your fingers. Put them behind your head now. This is fun. Lean back into it. Feel the stretch in your front, your core. Bring it back up to center. Lean it over. Oh, yes. Bring it back over the other side. And shake it out. Yeah. All right. Now we feel ready to go, right? I don't know about my voice, but we'll see what happens. How's everybody else's allergies doing this season? This is a real simple song to learn and sing. It repeats a lot. And if you're astute, you can look this up in the Bible. I can't claim any lyrical writing for this song because it came right out of Psalm 61. Sounds like this, from the ends of the earth, directly from Psalm 61. From the ends of the earth I call to you, even when my heart is faint. Lead me to the rock that is higher than I, for in you I find my refuge. Let me live in your house forever, sheltered by your holy wings. All glory ends of the earth, same as the first. The ends of the earth I call to you, even when my heart is faint. Lead me to the rock that is higher than I, for in you I find my refuge. Let me live in your house forever, sheltered by your holy wings. All glory and honor be to God above. Hear me as I pray. I will sing your praise and lift up your name. I will stand for faith till the end of my days. I will sing your praise and lift up your name. All glory be to God. Hear my prayer. All glory be to God. All glory be to God. Hear my prayer. One more time, all glory. All glory be to God. Hear my prayer. I will sing your praise and lift up your name. I will stand for faith till the end of my days. I will sing your praise and lift up your name. All glory be to God. Hear my prayer. All glory be to God. All glory be to God. Hear my prayer. All glory be to God. Hear my prayer. Hey! All right, amen. Are we feeling all right this morning? Thanks for playing along. And we were 1 minute ahead of schedule, Bishop.
Fantastic, love it. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Chasing Daylight, Bobby Siegfried. We are back together. This is our second plenary, and so we call this plenary session now to order this morning. And let us turn our attention to our worship team to guide us in opening worship with morning prayer, starting with Pastor Tom Bastide. Come on forward, Pastor.
Please rise. The Lord be with you. And also with you. Let us pray. God of heaven and earth, before the foundation of the universe and the beginning of time, you are the triune God, author of creation, eternal word of salvation, life-giving spirit of wisdom. Guide us to all truth by your Spirit, that we may proclaim all that Christ has revealed and rejoice in the glory he shares with us. Glory and praise to you, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, now and forever. Amen.
All right, we remember this from yesterday. That's why we're doing it again. So if you just learned it yesterday, now you know it. They call me an optimist, I know.
Open up the heavens.
Sing that with us. Everybody can do that. We've waited for this day.
We've waited for this day. We're gathered in your name, calling out to you. Your glory Open up the heavens, we want to see you. Open up the floodgates, a mighty river flowing from your heart, filling every part of our praise.
Show us.
Show us your glory. Show us your power. Show us your glory, Lord. Show us your glory. Show us your power. Show us your glory, Lord.
Will you join me in a litany, a liturgy to begin a purposeful gathering? There's responses. Okay. And so we are gathered here uniquely in all of history, we particular people in this singular time and place.
Accomplish your purposes among us, O God.
Tune our hearts to the voice of your Spirit.
Wake us to be present to you and to one another in these shared hours we are given.
For it is you, O Lord, who have so gathered us from our various places, and you alone who know our hearts and our needs.
Among us are some who arrive anxious, some who are lonely, some who suffer pain or sorrow.
May we, in our joys, find grace to enter the sorrows of others.
Among us are some who arrive rejoicing, hearts made light by good news, good health, glad anticipation.
May we, in our sorrows, find grace to embrace the joys of others.
Let us prize these moments and care for one another deeply. For each of us and our relationships to one another are precious and fleeting.
Breathe upon our gathering, O Spirit of God. Grant each of us place to humbly receive and to faithfully serve, that we might know in this brief gathering a foretaste of that greater communion yet to come.
O Father, enlarge our hearts. O Spirit, expand our vision. O Christ, establish your kingdom among us. Be at work even now, O Lord. May your will in us in these hours be accomplished.
Amen.
As we wrap up opening worship, I just want to really thank the tech crew back there, because I played the wrong song this morning, and they not only found the slides to throw up at the last minute, but managed to keep everything straight. So thanks to them for all of their incredible gargantuan work. All right. I promise this song is not Faithfully by Journey.
It only sounds like it. That would be really interesting, wouldn't it?
wake them up.
Y'all thought you were at a church conference. All right, let's kick this up. We'll sing every praise. Every praise. Every praise is to our God. Every word of worship with one accord. Every praise is to our God. Sing hallelujah to our God. Glory, hallelujah is to our God. Every praise is to our God. We'll sing, it sounds just like the same we just sang. Every praise is to our God. Every word of worship with one accord. Every praise is to our God. Sing hallelujah to our God. Glory, hallelujah is to our God. Every praise is to our God. Going up again. Every praise is to our God. Every word of worship with one accord. Every praise is to our God. Sing hallelujah to our God. Glory, hallelujah is to our God. Every praise is to our God. God my Savior. God my Savior. God our healer. God our deliverer. Yes, He is. Yes, He is. God our Savior. God our healer. God our deliverer. Yes, He is. Yes, He is. Yes, He is. Yes, He is. Every praise is to our God. Every word of worship with one accord. Every praise is to every praise. Every praise, every praise, every praise, every praise, every praise, every praise. One more time. Every praise is to our God. All right, put your hands together. We're gonna get wild. We gotta wake up. Keep that energy going. Here we go. Oh, bless the Lord, come bless the Lord, draw near to worship Christ the Lord, and bless His name, His holy name, declaring He is good. Come bless the Lord, draw near to worship Christ the Lord, and bless His name, His holy name, declaring He is good. Oh, that we would praise Him. Oh, that we would praise Him. Rejoice in the Lord always. And again I say, rejoice in the Lord always. And again I say, rejoice. Hey! Come bless the Lord. Come bless the Lord. Come bless the Lord. Draw near to worship Christ the Lord, and bless His name, His holy name, declaring He is good. Come bless the Lord. Come bless the Lord. Come near to worship sing, oh, that we would praise. Here we go. Oh, that we would praise his name to the ends of the earth. Oh, that we would praise his name to the ends of the earth. Oh, that we would praise his name to the ends of the earth. Oh, that we would praise his name. Again I say, 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 again I say. Everybody say rejoice, rejoice in the Lord always. And again I say, rejoice in the Lord always. And again I say, rejoice in the Lord always. And again I say, rejoice in the Lord always. Again I say, rejoice. Thanks be to God.
Back to you, Bishop.
Thank you, Pastor Bastide. And thanks to the worship team and that music for a strong centering in Jesus Christ. You know, one of our leading ministries for our synod, connected to the work across the church, led certainly by Christ and the Holy Spirit and the love of God, has a simple but powerful name. And that name is the Women of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America. This organization includes Lutheran women who gather in more than 4,500 locations in the U.S. and in the Caribbean for service, study, advocacy, fellowship, and more. Women of the ELCA, or WELCA, embraces all kinds of ministries that support God's mission of mobilizing women to act boldly on their faith in Jesus Christ. And here to greet us and tell us more is an active member of our Northeastern Pennsylvania chapter, Sandra Wagaman. Come forward, Sandra.
Good morning. I bring greetings from the Northeast Pennsylvania Women of the ELCA. I'm Sandy Wagaman, a member of the board. Our president, Kathy Walter, is unable to be here today, so I am presenting her message to you. So forgive me for having to read. The mission statement of the Women of the ELCA commissions us to mobilize women to act boldly on their faith in Jesus Christ. Through actions of our synodical board, as well as the mission district clusters and individual congregational units, women across the synod are living out this mission. In addition to engaging in monthly Bible studies from WELCA's Gather magazine, participating in twice-a-year educational cluster events, and supporting local ministries on the congregational level, our synod board also organizes a yearly spring retreat and service event, a justice theme event, the annual convention, which happens to be coming up on Saturday, June 24th at my church, or our church, I should say, at St. Paul's Lutheran in Breiningsville. And also, we support the church-wide financial needs, such as Lutheran disaster response. During COVID, our board gave funds to a number of local food banks throughout the synod and also distributed financial support to several women from our synod who were studying in seminary preparing for ministry. This year's justice event is scheduled to take place at Allegheny Knowers Lutheran Church, Mountain, on October 14th. The theme is diversity. Women will explore how there is unity in the diversity of our many faith traditions. The song we sang last night, Who Is My Everyone, surely brings that to mind. Our newsletter, called The Flame, was a little bit absent for a while, but it's now being published 3 times a year and is sent to all the congregations in our synod, as well as to individual women on our current mailing list. We hope that this publication will be directed to any women's group in your congregation. It doesn't need to be a WELCA unit at all, because all women are welcome to be coming to our events. Churchwide Women of the ELCA established an endowment fund in 1997 that we refer to as Katie's Fund, since it represents Martin Luther's wife, Katie. In 2022, all 65 synods of the ELCA in the United States received $1,000 from Katie's Fund to be used for global connections, leadership development, living theology, those sorts of things. Our board is presently working on dispersing these funds. A challenge was made last year to continue Katie's Fund, to keep it growing, by raising $1 million that would allow this fund to remain for the next 100 years. Our purpose is to support women in their calling, engage in ministry and action, and promote healing and wholeness in the church, the society, and the world. Please support women of the ELCA as we try to live out our faith in Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Thanks for all that great work, and great work we can participate in as well. Our next presenter has a unique place with us and for us in our church today. He works with congregations and their leaders in these days of challenge and opportunity, fear and faith, hate and hope, life and death, to help them figure out how God can lift them beyond death to life. He is your Director for Congregational Legacy and Purpose, Deacon Travis Woodfield.
Thank you, Bishop. So, first of all, grace and peace of our Lord be with you all. This time together that we get to be in person, and how blessed it truly is. It's easy to forget the things that seemed so simple 4 years ago. The talk here, the update I want to give you, I had a hard time figuring out what to call it. So I decided on going beyond to a three-dimensional church. And I thought of Paul's quote from Romans, where he says, "For I am convinced that neither death nor life, nor angels, nor rulers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor powers, nor height, nor depth, nor anything else in all of creation will be able to separate us from the love of God in Jesus Christ our Lord." We live in a world that seems to be ever compressing. We hold the weight of social and political realities, demographic realities, and even, yes, church realities. The church and Christianity across America, the ELCA, the Northeast Pennsylvania Synod, and individual churches that you are here to represent are all feeling these effects and these shifts. To deny what is quite clearly going on is to be blind to a world and a world of the future. Perhaps more importantly, it is to be blind to the ministry opportunities and what God is calling us to be part of. All levels of Christianity, from Lutheranism to Catholicism to Orthodoxy, all of them have been sliding into this kind of two-dimensional church, where they flatten their focus to center only on the realities that are most beneficial inside the walls to try to keep the congregation in survival mode. The church, and your church, are being called to think three-dimensionally about ministry, to see the height and the depth and the power of God's work and call from him in this world. So as we begin to have these conversations, starting yesterday and into today, it's really important to have conversations that have a common set of knowledge to start from and information. So I'm going to give you a second to take out a pen and paper to write some of this down if you want to. If you want to hear it again, check it out. You can go find it on YouTube. Or you can run me down here and I'm happy to tell you more about this stuff. So, here are some significant data points that we need to start with. And these are of the most current information that I have, so this is 2021. 2022 numbers are coming in soon, but 2021 are the most recent ones I have. Number one, the number of worshiping communities in the Synod. In 2000, we had 294 churches. In 2006, it was 293 churches. In 2019, so right before COVID, it was 254. And as of 2021, the most recent set of data I have seen, it is 45 worshiping communities in the Synod, and those are in-person numbers. 245 churches. If you saw all the numbers on this, you'd be, there you go. Yep, 245 churches. And that is, yes, that is in this, yes, good. Thanks, Bishop. That's why he's Bishop and I'm not. Number two, average Sunday in-person attendance. So again, average Sunday in-person attendance across the Synod. In 2000, it was about 125. In 2006, it was 116. In 2019, it was 76. Before COVID there, right? 2021, I'm going to give you a nice long second here to think about what you think that number is. 46. That is the average in-person worship across the Synod. Speaking of attendance, online attendance is more complicated to measure. Some of you who have been filling out parochial reports for years know this. It wasn't until recently that the ELCA decided to want to start measuring these things. I have no idea really how to judge the data because everything is put into the computer differently depending on where you're at in your context. What we do know is that online engagement has gone up, and we know that COVID has precipitated some of that movement, and we know that these are ministry opportunities that churches are, in some cases, taking care of. They're saying, we can do this to ministry to people who are out there. And there are people that have taken up that role. And we can do it right now and say, hello to all of you online, right? Thank you for being here. We're glad you're here, and we see you. Data point number 4. Nearly any church south of I-78, there's about 70 ELCA churches within 15 miles of your building. You can go to the ELCA website page, go to Find My Congregation, and you'll find the information there of who's closest. 5, I want to give some perspective on how concentrated our churches are here in Northeast Penn. I served Indiana, Kentucky Synod before I came here. I got a woo-woo in the back, I love it. Yep. Indiana, Kentucky Synod is, one synod is all of Indiana and all of Kentucky. And in the middle of that synod is Indianapolis, which is a city of 2.1 million people, and they're big enough that they hold 2 major sports teams, right? They have less than 20 ELCA churches for 2.1 million people. Point 6, the Synod budget has been slashed dramatically over the last 25 years, and this has had the effect of putting the Synod office in a place where contact with churches has become harder and harder to do. There simply isn't money to staff what we need and to be hands-on enough as some parishioners, I think, would like to see. And if you take one number away from this whole conversation I'm having with you here, number 7 is that the best research we have right now is that a sustainable, vital congregation has about 130 people on a Sunday. So that is the number that I think about often when I'm looking at this stuff. We've already heard Pastor Rachel Dietz concerning leadership, candidacy, and the call process, so let's call that the supply side. And these numbers represent the other side of the equation, or the demand side. And one of the tasks as a synod staff, as clergy, but especially as the laity, is to work to find ways to balance the equation for a more sustainable and vital synod, church, and mission here in this community. It is all too easy to think of our church as the church, and it's true of synods as well. We think of our synod as being one of the good ones. And we're not the only church, and we're not the only synod God is calling to move. God is calling our church and our synod to move beyond this two-dimensional world where the answers seem to always be pointing inward to a more three-dimensional church. And what does that look like? It's perhaps easiest to think of it in terms of the three lanes. You all have been hearing this, right? Growing young, gaining strength, and this year's theme, going beyond death to life. Every church, our synod, all of us gathered in this room, should be thinking about how our institutions fit into all of those lanes. The largest churches in the synod to the smallest, where you have multiple full-time pastors and where you have a supply pastor that comes every 6 weeks. We've heard about how growing young and gaining strength in the last 2 years. And this year, I am here to be part of the conversation about what going beyond death to life looks like. First, it looks like cooperation among ministries, among many divides. It may be with other local social agencies. It may be with other schools or charitable organizations. Or, yes, it might even mean other churches. This cooperative ministry is needed for at least two reasons. First, as Pastor Dietz said, we are getting fewer and fewer candidates for rostered ministry. But second, we're also seeing how these people that are coming are often leading organic ministries that grow in the community and from the community. Second, going beyond death to life looks like balancing the past and the future. As we'll hear later in this assembly, we may remember a time when Sunday schools were full and every church had a pastor, and the country was closed on Sunday. Those days are gone, and they are not coming back. Based on the numbers I quoted above on the attendance and sustainability of a congregation, in order to get every church in this synod to the attendance of 130 that's sustainable and vital, I would need to find a total of 33,000 people. That's how many people we would need to get to 130 if I tried to spread out to everybody. And that would be an average of 90 people a church. The grief of things changing, especially during COVID, is real. Things have been changing at a rate that seems to be accelerating. And perhaps that's true. We have to acknowledge and move on from those times where we see other churches as competition. Working to understand the core mission of the church and of your churches remains the priority. And where do you come from and where are you going? How can you work together to be part of the body of Christ to get there? And finally, Christ reminds us that death and resurrection are at the core of the Christian message. We are not a people of institutional immortality. As individuals and as institutions, we do not persist for eternity. We are a people that every Sunday say, Christ has died, Christ is risen, and Christ will come again. That is our profession of faith. Death is not a failure. Death is the consequence of the incredible, holy, beautiful gift of life. Say that again. Death is not failure. Death is the consequence of an incredible, holy, beautiful gift of life. And I know there are some people who will ask, why are we talking about going beyond death to life? They might say, why aren't we talking more about how we can save churches or even save my church? The truth is that Jesus has already saved and even saved our churches today. That, at least in part, is why your church was founded. All of them. That this is the hard news, but it's the good news because it's the kind of news that calls us to be in deeper relationship with each other, with God, and with the communities we are part of. It calls us to experience the depth and the height and the width and love of God in 3 dimensions, exploding out from our walls into a world that calls us to work together, to be building the better body of Christ, and to understand that Christ has showed us what love looks like when he died on the cross. Like us, he gives birth and life, and his end, which is death, would end in resurrection. We go then, as brave people, to see what Christ's death and resurrection mean for us. It is our moment to feel the breath of the Spirit move into our lives and the death and resurrection of our lives and our community's lives as people and even as the church. And it is blessed work, and we are not alone.
Thank you, Deacon Travis, and thank you for also setting up some numbers for us and letting us face some realities, and then being those death and resurrection people, seeing where God is leading us and guiding us. And so many of our presenters in our time together are going to continue to face the realities and ask God to help us have eyes to see what beyond death looks like, what it means for us, what it can be. We also have good business to do. And I'd like to now continue in some of that business by having a report now from Carl Schenkweiler and our Constitution Committee.
Thank you, Bishop. This report is in the Bulletin of Reports, pages 28 to 32. I'm not going to be reading this, so you should have it in front of you. And while you do look for the page, let me ask, for how many of you here today was coming for the Constitution Committee report, the highlight? Okay. All right. Well, come up to me after the assembly. I have a prize for you. Would you please read what it is?
A one-way train ticket to Pittsburgh.
Now that you all should have your page in front of you, the first item is a bylaw change. And there is a conflict, we feel, between our Synodical Constitution, provision 10.01, and bylaw 10.07. It has to do with the electing of Synod Council members from mission districts. And the Constitution says the election shall occur by the Assembly, but in the bylaw, it makes it sound as if the mission districts do the electing. So we want to make it clear that the mission district is nominating someone, but the election is happening by the Synod Assembly. And that therefore, the recommendation is that bylaw 10.07 be amended to include the words, one person from each mission district who has been nominated by the Mission District Assembly, and that to replace the current wording, one person by each mission district. And that is the motion that is before the House.
All right, this is the motion that is before us now. Can you hear me? Yes. That is the motion that is before us now, and it does not require a second because it comes from the committee, true?
Correct.
And so we are now going to have a time of discussion before we vote. So do get your voting cards ready because we will be voting on this resolution. But we now have an open time to discuss this at all. The green microphones are for the resolution. The red are against. The floor is now open for comments. When you come up to comment, please give us your name and your congregation before your comment. Also note that we are keeping track of time, and any kind of discussion like this has a limit of 2 minutes. And I've also been informed that when we vote on this, it will require a 2/3 vote. Seeing no one rising, we will proceed to the vote. For those who are in favor of this resolution, please raise your green cards. Thank you. Place them down. For those opposed, please raise your red cards. The motion passes, the resolution and change passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now, the next items in the report are purely informational until we get to item 6A, proposed amendment to a provision reclassified from required to non-required, and also 6B, proposed amendments to recommended provisions. Now, the background of this is our synodical constitution can be influenced by the ELCA. When the ELCA in assembly amends the model synodical constitution, if it is a required provision, it goes into effect immediately for us. And those are items we don't need to vote on. They happen as soon as we're informed about the changes by the ELCA. There are, however, other recommendations the ELCA makes that are to not required provisions, but recommended provisions. And there we do have a choice. And so what you will see here in our agenda items 6A and 6B are those optional issues for which our Constitution Committee is recommending that we adopt them. Because these are coming from the ELCA, they require only a majority vote at one assembly. It's not like if you were bringing up a motion from the floor to amend our Constitution. So this is a simple process, and you will see there are quite a few of these. So the first one would be resolved that S7.21.01 be amended to read, voting members shall begin serving with the opening of a regular Synod Assembly and shall continue serving until the opening of the next regular Synod Assembly. That's how exciting these things are. And there are about 8 of them. You will see them printed here on through page 32. And we can vote on them one by one, or I turn to the chair to see if we would like to do something different.
Yes, so the chair understands this to be that we have an opportunity to vote on all of these as a block or vote on them individually. The way you've described them takes into account that decision. And so we would need to have a decision from this House to decide whether to do them en bloc or to do them as a group. And we talked a bit about this. Do you have a resolution that you could propose?
Yes.
That we could set before people?
It is resolved that the 9 optional constitutional changes proposed by the 2022 ELCA Assembly and recommended by the Synod's Constitution Committee for adoption by the 2023 Assembly of the Northeastern Pennsylvania Synod be adopted en bloc.
All right, so do I need to have a vote just to put this before people? Or can we do that first? All right, so this is not the resolution we're voting on. We're just voting on whether to even do this. Is that proper? Or can we go right to the resolution?
Are you calling for them en bloc, or are you calling for us to adopt all 9 at once?
I'm calling for the resolution, or offering this resolution, which would have us vote on all of them at one time.
So as I would understand, that resolution, as you've just read it, can be on the floor now and needs a second.
Correct. Needs a second.
Then we have discussion, then we have a vote.
Correct.
Is that clear with everyone? All right. So this resolution, as described by Carl Schenkweiler, and we can read it again. I don't think we have it to put up on screen. So,
No.
but it is basically to do everything is en bloc. We will need a second. We will need someone to go to the microphone and tell us who that second is so that we can register that second. I believe we have to do it that way, correct?
Yeah.
Go, Zach, go. Yeah, all we need is a second.
Second. Oh, who am I? Pastor Zach Levi, Allegheny Evangelical Lutheran Church, Nowers. I second the motion.
Thank you. So beautiful.
Good job, Rev. Good job.
Fantastic. Kristen Edelman Wiener will be proud of us. We're doing a good job. So let us now have discussion on the floor about this. The microphones are now open. Green for, red against. Any discussion?
May I say something?
You may.
Thank you. If there are any items here that you would like to have considered separately, please make that known because we can accommodate that. We don't mean to rush these things through or push them through. On the other hand, it doesn't seem worth taking up a lot of time on trivia.
So I would call
My
that
apologies
somewhere
for
between
calling it that.
green and red, but that is a perspective for you to go. Is there any other discussion on this before we vote for the proposed resolution to treat these as a block, which we will then have a vote on the block separately? All right, then we will now vote on whether we will do this as an en bloc vote for all of these changes.
Bishop,
Yes.
because the resolution would accomplish doing all 9 at once, they would actually, in the affirmative, be voting for those 9. We do not require a second vote.
And even more time is saved for the efficiency of our work. So you are now voting, let me clarify, you are now voting to accept the resolution and to accept all of these en bloc, because that's what the resolution says. All right? Those in favor, please raise your green cards. Put them down. Those opposed, red. Pass. Thank you very much. We have a couple there.
Thank you, Bishop. That concludes the report.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And I am continuing here as well. It is now time for us to call on Pastor Brandon Hevner to introduce the work of the Committee of Reference and Counsel. So, Pastor Hevner, please come forward.
Okay, good, we're live. Good morning, people of God. As chair of this year's Reference and Council, it is my pleasure to be here with you today. You'll see me throughout the rest of these plenaries as we continue to have these reports of Reference and Council, but I would not be here with you this morning were it not for the work of our Reference and Council Committee. So with gratitude and thanksgiving, we want to give thanks for the work of Deacon Michael Krentz, Pastor Rachel Dietz, and Pastor Deborah Staniszewski for their work and their prayerful deliberation on Reference and Council. Let's give them a hand for a moment. So the process for receiving these memorials and resolutions began when the submission window opened concurrently with registration for this assembly, and it has continued until 10 o'clock last night. A 2005 action of this assembly requires now that all resolutions received up to 2 weeks prior to the beginning of the assembly automatically be put forward to the floor here. Any resolutions received after that deadline, this year's deadline was May the 17th, would need to be voted on for consideration. It's my understanding that nothing was received since May 17th, so we do not have to do anything in that regard. The 3 resolutions that you have before you will be our matter of business today and tomorrow. The agenda that we adopted last night includes 3 half-hour segments to address these resolutions. One now during Plenary 2, another in Plenary 3 this afternoon, and another half-hour section tomorrow morning during Plenary 4. If for some reason we do not consider all of these resolutions by the end of Plenary 4, there will be time made available to us during the unfinished business section at the end of Plenary 5 tomorrow afternoon. This morning we're going to engage the resolutions in the order in which they were received. I am going to read the submission in their entirety, beginning with the whereas clauses that serve as kind of a preamble and a context for the proposed action. The resolved section that comes at the end of each resolution is the proposed action from these resolutions, and the final thing that you'll hear is the recommendation of the Committee of Reference and Council. That recommendation is what we will be discussing and voting upon once we're turned back over to the bishop. So all of that will come to you at once. We do have some text to throw up on the screen, and we'll begin with our first submitted resolution, a resolution concerning responsible money management in congregations. You'll receive that on the Synods website, but that text should also be coming up on screen. So our first resolution, a resolution concerning responsible money management in congregations. Whereas in the last 18 months, in only one of the Synod's mission districts, A, 2 office workers were found to be embezzling funds, B, 2 congregations did not properly report and or pay withheld employee taxes, and C, 1 congregation experienced conflict over whether to disclose the congregation's assets to its members. And whereas the ELCA provides free resources that can be downloaded easily to assist in congregational financial management, such as financial best practices for congregations, congregational audit guide, internal control best practices, and congregational treasurers and bookkeepers financial and accounting guide. And whereas most of the Synod's congregations are thorough and complete in their financial reporting, careful in the way their assets are managed, and in full compliance of tax laws, and therefore should not run the risk of receiving bad reputations through the misdeeds of others, therefore be it resolved that the Northeastern Pennsylvania Synod and Assembly recommends to all of its congregations that, number 1, there be a complete disclosure to the members of the congregations, the assets and liabilities of the congregations, so that there is transparency concerning what the congregations own and what the congregations owe. Number 2, that there be safeguards in the way money is handled in the congregations, so that, for one example, at least 2 unrelated persons count all incoming money. Number 3, that there be safeguards in the way money is spent, such as requiring 2 signatures on every check, with those signatures being added after the checks have been prepared. Number 4, all accounts be audited annually by persons who were not also involved in managing the accounts, that is, never audit your own work. Number 5, the congregations adopt annual budgets as called for in their constitutions as the correct way to grant permission for the expenditure of all funds, consistent with whatever constitutional latitude is granted to the Congregation Council for limited special expenditures. Number 6, that honest and conscientious volunteers and staff who handle funds be protected from unwarranted accusations through the employment of good practices in accountable money management. And number 7, that congregation councils pay special attention to the collecting and remittance of withheld taxes from congregational employees, including any persons working in related agencies such as child care programs. The recommendation of the Committee of Reference and Council is that the resolution concerning responsible money management in congregations be adopted by this assembly. Back to you, Bishop.
Thank you, Pastor. So the recommendation from Reference and Council is now before the assembly, and in a moment we will open the floor to discussion on this recommendation. Again, please note that there are 4 microphones, the 1 through 4, green, red, red, green, red, green, red. The green is for speaking for the recommendation or for this matter at hand, and the red is for speaking against the recommendation. On our screens, you will also see a timer. The time limit for each speaker is 2 minutes. The microphone will be cut off at that point, and the chair will call on the next speaker, whose timer begins when they begin speaking. Before you speak, please give your name, your title, if you are a rostered minister, and the name of your congregation or ministry site. After this moment, I will shorten this instruction, I promise, to please identify yourself. So we are now ready to begin that conversation time, and I see that we have someone at the green microphone, number 1. Please speak.
Thank you, Carl Shankweiler, pastor of Zion Lutheran Church, Frackville, and Trinity Chapel, Buck Run. I'm one of the 3 persons who has presented this resolution, and yes, it should not be necessary. Everything in here should be common sense and already practiced. Unfortunately, it is not, as the whereas section shows. And I could go on for 20 minutes giving you stories of where these provisions are not being followed. I'll just give you one or two stories. I was involved in selling a church in Allentown that closed rather abruptly because they discovered when their long-standing trusted treasurer died, and by that point she had embezzled all of their money. And I talked to the person from the church who called all of the banks in the Lehigh Valley to say, do you have the $40-some thousand our treasurer has been saying that we had? The money was gone. No audits, obviously, had been done, or that would have been caught. I can think of a pastor friend of mine who went to a new church, and they would not tell him how much money they had. He only found out because one day he happened to be sitting next to the treasurer, and the treasurer had a paper in front of him that said how much money they had. The horror stories can go on, and so these are issues that are real and should be addressed. Now, unfortunately or fortunately, we as a synod cannot enforce these things in the sense that we cannot say, you must do this, you must do that. We can recommend. Congregations have a great deal of freedom. That's both good and also bad. Amen.
Amen.
With that hard act to follow, the floor remains open for or against position.
Roxanne Rieger, St. Mark, treasurer. Is it on?
Yeah, sorry, I just need to recognize you. I missed it.
As a treasurer, okay, I'm not against that part. There's just one part in that I think could be, is it really necessary, is the two signatures on the check. First of all, banks don't look at the two signatures. No, they don't. Okay, everything at a bank is basically automated. Okay, now yes, there might be smaller banks that might look at the checks, but they don't stop them. Okay, and getting that second signature, what is the purpose? You should be auditing the books. You should be requiring the treasurer to complete the information. I'm just saying that's one part that I'm up and down because it's not, and also in this day and age, a lot of things are automated. You get automatic debits coming from our checking account or whatever. How do you need to have something to monitor that? So that was just my question.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes a person at microphone 3.
I'm Pastor June Baer from Zion Lutheran Church in Wilmersdorf. Our congregation has gone through our own strife in this matter, and I'd like to just add a recommendation is that the Synod continue to offer trainings to our treasurers and to our church leaders. With laws and everything that are changing so frequently and people coming into that position, it's a lot of responsibility. And I know we have attended one of the trainings and it was extremely helpful. So I would like to see more of those offered within our Synod for our treasurers and for our church leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Floor is still open. The chair recognizes coming to microphone number 3.
Mark Hammond, currently St. Paul's, Douglasville. Mark Hammond. Was at a previous congregation as treasurer, and our mission district had a training, as I would certainly advise that all mission districts hold, or the Synod. Unfortunately, it was after an episode at another congregation. And one of the statistics they talked about is 9% of all the congregations across the country have financial fraud. Now, think of how many congregations in the synod, how many of our congregations have stuff going on that we don't know about. And the only way to know is have an effective audit. That means not just going to the treasurer and saying, "Oh, you do things right, don't you?" Which we laugh, but it happens in a number of our congregations, and that's why there's problems. We need to be realistic about this and take this seriously. It's not a matter of just voting on a resolution that everybody forgets about when we go back home. We need to effectively make sure the finances in our congregations are done correctly. And part of the thing, and what we need to emphasize to the treasurers and the people handling the money, that this is for their protection. This is so that other people in the congregation don't come back and say, "Well, so-and-so is probably..." No, because we have the controls in place to make sure that that's not happening.
Thank you. The floor continues to be open. I recognize the third microphone.
Russell Diesinger, Trinity Reading. I have a long background in serving on a number of boards for long periods of time. And I spent a lot of time on a school board, and one of the things I wanted to share with the convention is that we had a great deal of problems statewide in PTOs, in parent-teacher organizations, where there was a great deal of money that had been stolen. Every financial professional that was brought to bear on that problem said that one of the most effective ways of solving that problem was to require 2 signatures on every check. It's another check in place, another set of eyes, and you just have to be very diligent that those checks are never signed in advance, that the checks are filled out before the signatures are made. But I would speak in favor. I know that it can become an inconvenience, but I think that inconvenience is certainly worth the safety that it adds to this particular problem. Thanks.
Thank you. You need to come to a microphone to do that. And you look like you were beat there, but there we are. Yes.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Please let us know who you are and where you're from.
My name is Joan Martins, and I'm from St. John's in Nanticoke. The reason I believe that 2 signatures should be required is because it is proper and reasonable for someone, a second person, to check the amount. Sometimes if you write the decimal in the wrong point, if you put the decimal in the wrong place, that is a huge mistake. So if you have a second pair of eyes, then the person can pick up on that. Also, that it is reasonable that the amount is being made because it is a valid purchase, or you're paying a bill or something, so someone knows that. A second person knows that. So I would be in favor of 2 signatures because it's reasonable and proper, especially in checking the amount, to make sure that the amount is proper. A computer cannot do that. A computer sees a number and it has an analytic behind it to say, yeah, that's the correct looking signature. However, the amount, the computer would not know. So, thank you.
Thank you. If you wish to call the question, please come to the microphone. Yes, please. There you are, Pastor.
Pastor Terry Walsh, St. John's in Bath. Call the previous question.
All right. It has been put before us to call the question. That is that a majority vote?
Requires a second, debatable, 2/3 vote.
Requires a second, not debatable, and 2/3 vote. So do we have someone who could step forward and provide a second?
Trinity Reading, second.
Yeah, Deacon Deborah Graff. All right, get ready to vote on calling the question, which means What call the question means is that we then move forward to the formal vote and debate ends, all right? So those in favor of that, please raise your green cards. It looks like the majority, so we will call that done. Thank you. So, in fact, more than the majority, the 2/3 was accomplished. We will now move on to voting on the recommendation itself. We will put the recommendation up on screen, which is essentially to recommend this resolution to move forward. And we are ready now to vote on that and confirming that. Have your cards ready. For those who are in favor of this resolution and recommendation, please raise your green cards. Thank you. Put those down. Opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you. Considering our time and the rules that we set for ourselves and the fact that we locked in good blocks of time to work on this, we only have about 4 minutes left in this block, which we can defer over, and we will also be having time, as you said, at the end. So we really got 3 different places to come where we can work on this.
Thank you very much. You'll see me at the next one.
Thank you. Pastor Brandon Hebner. And I'm very thankful for the diligent efforts of the Referencing Council Committee, their excellent work, and the diligent efforts of all of you in prayerfully considering this work that we're doing together. And we'll have 2 more resolutions to work on over the course of this event. Following in the footsteps of Jesus Christ, who declares himself in John chapter 14, what? We all know it, the way. We walk with him in his true way of life by way of 3 vital signs in this synod, which, yes, we call them lanes because they're like roads to God's future. On this highway, God is making straight and interconnecting us by the will of God and by the power and presence of the Spirit. Those 3 vital sign goals are growing young, gaining strength, and going beyond death to life. This 3rd lane is, of course, the assembly theme, but all 3 lanes are woven together whenever we work together and travel with God as Northeastern Pennsylvania Synod. So, we do not in any way forget or forego our 1st lane, growing young, as we seek God's will to make us an ever more Jesus-centered community that equips congregations, pastors, deacons, church leaders, lay people, members everywhere to engage and empower faithful youth, young adults, and families to follow Christ and change the world. Here to share more with us about this very thing is our Synod's Growing Young Coordinator, Ms. Stacy Burke.
Thank you, Bishop.
You are welcome.
As we now journey into the growing young mentality, let us remind ourselves of the 6 core commitments that are actively involving and retaining people of all ages, especially those 15 to 29. Pictured here is the Growing Young Wheel. It circles around a Jesus-centered community and focuses on the characteristics of keychain leaderships, empathy today, taking Jesus' message seriously, fueling warm relationships, prioritizing youth and young families everywhere, and being a best neighbor. As you become more familiar with the commitments, you will find each section intertwines with one another, creating a continuous circle or wheel effect that has no end. However, for many congregations, making that intentional decision to disproportionately prioritize young people is the inflection point between growing young and growing old. We all know change is hard and can also feel like a mini death. Losing a job, getting a divorce or getting dumped, changing doctors, these plus many more life changes we can all relate to. We need these changes, though, so we can become more confident, grow within ourselves, and ensure we are receiving the proper health care. So what might some mini deaths look like in our home congregations in order to find new life? Leadership transition? Consolidating to one worship service? Due to lack of attendance or participation, not continuing having the annual basket raffle, strawberry festival, live nativity display, you fill in the blank. Or continuing those events, but allowing others to lead them outside of the normal ways of how it typically is run. Your feelings and heartache on change in the church is valid. Not every change is going to be a transformation. Not every change can be, but every change can be an opportunity for grace. That divine approval that God gives regardless. God will show up no matter what, silently pouring forgiveness and encouragement into our congregations and heart. With death comes new life. Today we have two individuals here to express their journey to new life and how death had to occur in order to get there. First, you will hear from Reverend Brian Reedy, who is the pastor at Holy Trinity, Catasauqua, followed by Josh Galata, who is the youth and family minister at Christ Hellertown. Woo. Both will take time to answer the question, how have you experienced going beyond death to life through your work of growing young? So I now turn it over to Reverend Brian Reedy.
I feel like Rocky. You play the music again? All right, business. Perhaps the first step in a church body growing younger is to identify your ideal self vision and how you will reach that self mission. So once we at Holy Trinity Memorial in Catasauqua set our vision and our mission, we then talked about growing younger. So we talked about faith like a child. We came to a realization that life has already been granted. So we simply try to live, as a child. The invitation we hear from Christ in the scriptures is to loose fear and hold onto life eternal granted. We let that invitation enter our minds and seep into our hearts. Already, but not yet, is a burden or a time marker we as humans place upon ourselves. So we chose already, so we will live now. To live a life as close to the flowers, the birds, or the children as we can. Fear not has become our mantra. We express this mantra publicly through the phrase, just breathe. People shortage in our pews, just breathe. Let's focus outwardly. So we started making partnerships. The school district, the police department, the YMCA, the local businesses, the Roman Catholic Church, the Presbyterian Church, multiple agencies across the area. We do ministry things in and for the community away from our church building. When we do not share our church's upcoming events. When we do not share our church's worship schedule. When we do not even share our church's name. When someone witnesses us serving and asks us through an invitation from them for a dialogue, then we talk. Children shortage in Sunday school and in youth groups, just breathe. We will teach Christ through our actions and through our decorations. We open our doors to children for an after-school gathering called FAST, Fun After School through the Arts at Trinity, and over summer for a children music camp. We open our hearts over the summer by handing the children free bag lunches and over the school year by handing them snacks as they walk home. There are plenty of kids in the world, so we take our love out. The gift of love that God has given us. We take it to the children. They know us, and we know them. Our membership children learn about us and about God as they color or puzzle or play dolls, while we talk about this God in a living room style worship service. Food, games, conversations. We commune together. Money shortage? Just breathe. People give to vision and people give to action. So first define your vision and state how you will become or arrive at that ideal vision. And then live. As we worry about people, children, money, we do not let the worry hold us hostage. A young heart gives excessively. We choose to give as a child. We choose to grow younger. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Josh Galata. I'm the Youth and Family Minister at Christ Lutheran Hellertown. I'm very thankful to be here. Thank you, Stacy, for inviting me. This is also my first time speaking at a Synod Assembly, so I'm very nervous. And also, I have to pee. When I left yesterday and said goodbye to my wife, she said, whatever you do, do not go up there and use the pee joke tomorrow. But I want to talk about our community garden. We have a beautiful fenced-in community garden at Christ Lutheran, over 20 beds. A few of our beds we rent out to members of our congregation or the wider neighborhood, but most of our beds are harvested and then forwarded along to our local food banks and pantries. And we have a very small, dedicated, experienced group of volunteer gardeners, but there's not enough of us. Tasks like weeding our berry patch or mulching becomes very daunting when there's just 6 or 7 of us. And that's where our Children's Learning Center came in. The Child Care Center at Christ Lutheran's, it's a thriving ministry of our church, but like Growing Young talks about, it's often siloed from the rest of the larger community. And using concepts in Growing Young, we decided that we would start a gardening recess for our Child Care Center. It meets 3 times a week. We go outside in a line, and we walk around the perimeter of the garden. First, we discuss and remember the rules that we have of the garden. Then we look inside and see everything that's grown, everything that looks new. Then we look around and see what beds need to be watered, what plants are wilting. Then we look at our transplants or our seedlings and see if they're ready to be transplanted. And then we determine what we're going to do that day. And the thing that I've learned, what kids love more than anything else in the world is pulling weeds. It's true. The berry patch that we've been fretting over for a month and a half was weeded in 25 minutes. And we only stepped on 2 blueberry bushes in the process. Sharing this space, sharing this garden, it does come with challenges, especially when we introduce young people, little people, into the fold. Sometimes we do step on people's plants. Sometimes we really cannot resist kicking a big pile of dirt. It's fun. But sharing the keys to our garden allowed our adult volunteers to be able to say that you're allowed to make mistakes here, and you're allowed to learn here, and most importantly, you're allowed to find joy here, just like we do. My favorite part of gardening with the kids is that we're doing more than gardening. When we walk out to the garden, we sing a song about how our garden belongs to everybody. And these children who are 5 or 4 or 3 years old, who are still learning their colors, still learning their left hand from their right hand, are able to have responsible, mature conversations. They're able to articulate why the people that benefit from the garden and the people that work in the garden are often two different people. They're able to explain to me why that's not only okay, but that's how they want the world to be. I'm excited to see what they learn next. Amen?
Thank you both for sharing your experiences. Every congregation's journey is going to look different, and where you start on the Growing Young wheel will not be the same. But taking the next steps, having an open mind, and intentionally moving towards the Growing Young mindset will be your future to new life. If you are interested in exploring more about Growing Young, please stop by the Growing Young display table or consider joining Reverend Lauren Applegate and myself at the Growing Young workshop, where we will discuss further into the many deaths leading into new life. My information can always be found on the Synod's website at godslove.org/growingyoung. There you can also find resources and upcoming Growing Young events, including our new SOW sessions, which are living out the 6 core commitments through action, workshops, and gatherings throughout our whole synod. The next SOW session will be on September 23rd at St. John's Nazareth, where Fuller Youth Institute Representative Jen Bradbury will discuss the 3 big questions teenagers are facing today relating to mental health and religion. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today, and many blessings on your Growing Young journeys.
Thank you, Stacy. One of the things that inspires me about Growing Young is that it is not a program. It is not based on how cool you are or an attractional model of evangelism. It is based on an invitational, incarnational way of living and being, inviting people into greater relationship with God. It is now my honor and pleasure to introduce the report of our own bishop, the Bishop of the Northeastern Pennsylvania Synod, the Reverend Christopher DeForest.
Thank you, Rachel. I was doing fine until that pee comment, and then I just really, thank you, Josh. Hang in there with me, all right? Because we'll take a break after this, okay? Is it a good bargain for you? You hang out and we'll have a break. So hang in. I also wrote a very detailed written report that I encourage you to read and dig through and ask me questions about. This covers a lot of territory, a lot of things like the Psalm program, things like that you're curious about. So have a look at that, and we will talk some more about those details. I am here today to do something else, though it's deeply connected. I would like to ask God to help us cast a vision. Or rather, I guess, build on the vision God has built with us really over the last 2 years. So let me start where we should always start, with the Word of God and a reading from Ephesians chapter 4. Paul writes, "I therefore, the prisoner in the Lord, beg you to lead a life worthy of the calling to which you have been called, with all humility and gentleness, with patience, bearing with one another in love, making every effort to maintain the what? The unity, we know this one well, right? Of the Spirit in the bond of peace. There is one body and one Spirit, just as you were all called to the one hope of your calling, one Lord, one faith, one baptism, one God and Father of all, who is above all and through all and in all. But each of us was given grace according to the measure of Christ's gifts. And Paul goes on to write, the gifts he gave were that some would be apostles, some prophets, some evangelists, some pastors and teachers, to equip the saints for the work of ministry, for the building up of the body of Christ, until all of us come to the unity of faith, the unity of the faith and the knowledge of the Son of God, to maturity, to the full measure of the full stature of Christ. We must no longer be children tossed to and fro and blown about by every wind of doctrine, by people's trickery, by their craftiness in deceitful scheming, but speaking the truth in love. We must grow up in every way into him who is the head, into Christ, from whom the whole body, joined and knitted together by every ligament with which it is equipped, as each part is working properly, promotes the body's growth in building itself up in love. The word of the Lord. Thanks be to God. So in these words, we come to this moment. As Paul says, we face each other with all humility and gentleness, with patience, and bearing with one another in love, making every effort to maintain that unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. And then he goes on to use that easily misused 6 little words, but speaking the truth in love. That's what we're challenged to do together. But as that old movie from the 80s with Jack Nicholson says, can we handle the truth? I don't know if I can. Not by myself. But I can with you. And most of all, I can with God. With the Spirit. With the Christ who faced death and died for us, who was raised from the dead for us, who has already gone beyond death to life for us to believe and to follow. So, here goes. What is some truth? We don't have enough pastors. We have too many churches. We have so many good ministries, many vital, life-giving, Christ-centered ministries going on across this synod, but fewer and fewer people participating. These are all true. These are difficult truths, problems so large they can seem overwhelming and insurmountable. So I'm going to ask us for a couple minutes to focus our minds and hearts on one difficult truth. A truth that is, in many ways, at the root of many of our difficult truths. A truth that is more difficult than most any other truth we have to face. A truth that strikes at the heart of who we are, who we see ourselves as, and what we consider the ideal way to be church together. And this is going to be hard to hear. So, can I ask you to bear with me in love? I love you, you know. I really do. Okay, here it is. Our ideal of having one full-time pastor for every one congregation. This ideal is struggling. It's dying away. Within the next few years, the majority of congregations will not be able to afford full-time pastors. At the same time, though, many can engage in part-time pastoring and can do that work. The majority of our pastors do not want to or are not able to be part-time pastors. So what do? Turn to our retired pastors? They are wonderful. But there are not enough of them who are able to fill all the gaps, like interim pastors, or even as supply pastors, filling in occasionally on Sundays. I'm here to tell you we have a supply pastor crisis right now in this synod and across the church. Some hope that our plans to bring back synod-authorized lay ministers or psalms can solve the problem, and certainly recruiting and training lay persons to serve locally as psalms can and will make a big difference as we re-up this program and get it going again. But if that program is focused entirely on continuing to promote the ideal of one pastor, one congregation, that too is not a sustainable answer. Okay. So some have advocated, and maybe it's gone through a lot of our minds, that some tough love really has to happen here. They say to me, Bishop, you just need to tell more congregations to close. First of all, I don't have the authority to close anybody, any congregation. That's the congregation's discernment and decision. But even if I did, that would also not be the only right and faithful answer. We need to be faithfully creative, right? We need to listen to the words of Jesus, the words of Paul, that they may all be one, Jesus. And how can we maintain the unity of the Spirit? We need a unifying, Spirit-led alternative that is just as faithful, just as right, just as sustainable and effective as our former ideal, our once most common and now less common, less sustainable model of one pastor, one congregation. We need an alternative that achieves the following. It makes possible sustainable, vital worship and ministry in every place where God needs it. An alternative that pools together congregational strengths and resources. That allows congregations, when their pastor leaves or retires or heck, just wants to go on vacation or take a sabbatical, allows congregations a reliable local safety net of support. We also need an alternative that allows congregations, when the time comes to discern closing, they're able to do that with dignity, compassion, and purpose without leaving anyone feeling abandoned or stranded or ministry left strained or undone. We need an alternative that allows for a meaningful and sustainable living and call for all our clergy, pastors, and deacons. And that also recruits and empowers laypersons, absolutely, to lead and develop their skills. That, yes, encompasses a new synodically authorized lay minister program. And that also might lead them to discerning becoming ordained pastors and deacons. We need an alternative that reduces our isolation and our siloing and instead creates a web of relationships that greatly reduces problems we now have and sets us up for thriving, even a growing future. Finally, we need an alternative that builds on great ideas for partnership and mutuality that have worked well in the past, but also need to be revised and re-envisioned for the present and the future. So, what I have for you is a vision for us to pray over, discuss, and see where it can go. And it's called by the following name, 6261. What is that? Well, I did wander up and down the hallways, and if you want to show this picture, I did find the room 6261. If that is your room, I'm really sorry. I don't mean to be creepy. I was not trying to. (6261). Imagine with me an alternative. Perhaps more than one alternatives, but this alternative. 6 congregations sharing 2 full-time pastors, working with 6 authorized lay ministers, and 1 full-time deacon to bind them together in common life, ministry, and mission. 6261. A foundational model, but with room for flexibility, adaptability, for customizing, and building and rebuilding as it goes and as it grows. Who are these 6 congregations? They could be larger or smaller. They could be all similar in size, or a blending of small and large. They could be close together geographically, or grouped together based on similar in common ministries and missions, or different and yet complementary missions and ministries. They could include congregations who work with us as full communion partners, Presbyterian, Moravian, Episcopal, United Methodist, United Church of Christ and Reformed. They could be congregations in any setting, yes, even in our rural areas, because of these ecumenical possibilities and because we can find links as well across our borders with our neighboring ELCA synods. I know for a fact that the Upper Susquehanna Synod is working on a plan very similar to 6261. Talked to Bishop Miller about it 3 weeks ago. So the options for partners selecting one another can be many, but here I believe is what they should all have in common: a willingness to share clergy and staff, a call and capacity to lift up local leaders to serve as lay ministers and psalms, a focus on our common goals, our God-reliant, Christ-centered, Spirit-led goals of growing young, gaining strength, and going beyond death to life, and our openness to sharing a common life of ministry and mission inside and outside our walls, grounded in God's will for us to heal the hurts, love the land, engage the stranger. Now, does this mean merger? That's not our goal here, either stated or implied. If the 6 congregations participating in their own 6261 experiment discern that at some point God is calling them to become one, then they will be supported and encouraged to do that. Over time, some congregations may merge, some consolidate, Some may create new communities and congregations. But all of that will be done better because such change will grow out of a web of relationships. Imagine it, across 6 congregations with 2 pastors and a deacon and with 6 authorized lay ministers. It will be better for their clergy who can now take a vacation without worrying. They can be assured as well of a sustainable living. Congregations can worry less in times of transition and vacancy. Our challenges with finding supply pastors and interim pastors will be greatly reduced, and the congregational leaders can make decisions about ministry, mission, buildings, and budgets with a greater web of partners and resources. Now you may say, Bishop, this isn't a new idea. You're talking about a parish. Congregations have been forming these right here in northeastern Pennsylvania for hundreds of years. This is true. In fact, we have great examples all around us right now, and we want to tap their wisdom and their learnings. It is also true that things are different in this moment. And I believe never before have we as a synod put an emphasis on this idea, fully admitting the reality that has come upon us. One pastor, one congregation is no longer going to be our predominant model. All of us need to work on this together. Synod council, bishop staff, synod pastors and deacons, mission districts and congregations, smart and talented lay people across our synod and beyond. Together, I believe God is inviting us to embrace this vision and work over the next 6 to 9 months to put together plans to begin piloting this work in several places. Already, we have 11 pastors who have come together over the last 15 months to become what has been called our Gaining Strength cohort, and they have been among the original thinkers in moving us in this direction. We will also be turning to more lay leaders to see who wants to help us bring this particular vision to life in their congregations. Our new director for evangelical mission, Deacon Kat Tigerman, and myself, along with the person who will be elected to be the new vice president of the synod here at this assembly, will be going out across the synod this late summer and fall to meet with as many of you in person as possible. We'll also have some online sessions as well, to listen to your ideas and concerns about this vision, but about other challenges and opportunities that we face. And at the lunchtime break this afternoon, I will be around to hear what you're thinking about at this assembly and about this vision we are casting here together. This will only work if we do it together. We face our fears together. We face what is dying and trust in the rising that can only come from the one who loves us, who died for us, who never leaves us alone. Jesus Christ, who lives and reigns with the Father and the Spirit, one God, our going beyond death to life God, now and forevermore. Can I get an amen? Amen. That's what I got. That's what I got. I'll take it. That's all right. As you can see on our screens, I will show you, we are going to take a break now. So what we're going to do is put a timer on screen. If you guys, I hope I'm not throwing you a curve up there, but they're amazing with curves. Let's put 15 minutes on a countdown screen if we can, so everybody can see what that timer is looking like. Please be back in your seats when it goes 0. You ready? 1, 2, 3, go!
hit the forward button.
Okay, T minus 3 minutes. 3 minutes, you got to be back in your seat. Yes, ma'am. Okay, also I want to let people know, and this will continue to be out here for a while, there's coffee back behind this stage on the other side of the wall. There's a whole station out there people don't know about. 3 stations, no less than 3 back there. So that could be your go-to coffee spot if you want to run out and get some coffee right now. Okay, I didn't manage to get my timer up on screen. I just have my timer here, but I know you'll forgive me. But we're down to our final minute. So please come in, take your seats. We want to start on time. We are. We have a whole brand that's cute. All right, it is time to get started. Please be in your seats. Okay, you ready? Sorry, there. Too tall.
I can tell you all are completely jazzed because you've just had Jesus and Java. So as you're coming in, please quiet down. In the gospel quest, going from Jesus to the cross and grave to the empty tomb and everlasting life, our primary Lutheran partner in this journey, as new leaders are shaped and sent, is United Lutheran Seminary, located in 2 places, Philadelphia and Gettysburg, and everywhere, that is, anywhere that learners and leaders may be. Here to share more is the seminary's Director of Advancement, Operations, and Research, Lisa Dubé.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, and good morning. United Lutheran Seminary continues to build and sustain an affirming and diverse learning community of faithful, well-educated leaders skilled at guiding grace-filled encounters, deeply rooted in the history of Lutheranism. Within Christianity, we witness to and participate in the work of God in the world through spiritual leadership, public advocacy, impactful worship, and care of neighbor. In 3 years, we will be observing the bicentennial of our origins when Samuel Simon Schmucker founded the Lutheran Theological Seminary in Gettysburg, in part because its setting would ensure a place of study and contemplation free from the distractions of the world. Of course, our national narrative put an abrupt end to that concept in 1863, and shortly thereafter, C.P. Croft felt that the center of Lutheran theological learning would be better off in the growing city of Philadelphia. After 154 years and several failed attempts, the two campuses were reunited under the banner of United. This word is a lofty, aspirational sentiment given the fractious world in which we find ourselves. The Church of Christ is struggling to be seen against a backdrop of political drama and escalating tensions over our history, our climate, and our future. Nevertheless, it is a good time to be the church. It is a good time to be united under the banner of God's intended formation for all of us. The seminary has adapted quickly to the world emerging from COVID, providing new technologies and learning platforms that make theological education accessible to people as far away as Palestine, Ghana, and Myanmar. No longer bound by platforms that make theological education no longer bound by archaic notions of geographical limitations, our two campuses have broken down old barriers and assumptions, creating a new campus that is both geographical and without boundaries, offering our students to gather in person and virtually. Our faculty is working to provide learning opportunities in Guatemala, Germany, Palestine, and India. In the past year, we have dedicated a great deal of time and resources to developing a strategic plan for the seminary, which gives us a wide-angle view of future aspirations to fulfill the needs of a changing church and world. Thanks to the collaborative efforts of the ELCA Mission Investment Fund and support from your synod, we will continue to offer degree programs at little or no cost to the student, allowing a higher ed degree without crippling educational loan debt. In addition, our endowment allows us to apply funding to a new and exciting horizon of learning opportunities for rostered and lay folks. The strategic plan recognizes that learning and formation never end. Our faith narrative is never fully formed. Sanctification is a lifelong process full of fits and starts, mountaintops and valleys. This is the reason United Lutheran Seminary will continue to focus on building a lifelong community of learning through Kindling Faith, the Center for Sabbath Rest and Formation. Already in its first year of existence, Kindling Faith has created over 60 opportunities for learning across a wide range of topics, demographics, and learning platforms. While much of the programming takes place in a virtual setting, multi-day events take place on both United campuses, offering alums and lay folk the opportunity to spend time in a place apart where they can engage in learning and fellowship with like-minded colleagues and friends. Kindling Faith has a learning opportunity for you. Simply go to uls.edu and click on Learn to see what we have to offer. Thank you for walking with us on this portion of our common journey. In the year ahead, I hope to see and meet more of you on the territory of your synod, on Zoom, or on one of our beautiful historic campuses. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Dubé, and the wonderful partnership that we have with United Lutheran Seminary. We are now going to ask the Assembly to receive the report of our Synod Treasurer and welcome forward Mr. Don Boyer.
trying to figure out how we were going to conduct this, since both of us are currently using canes for walking. So we decided to get down on the floor and do our thing, so bear with us. I really need another hand to do some of this. I was trying to think of something intelligent to say to begin this presentation. And I was sitting there listening to the Growing Young presentation, in which the second presenter was talking about farming and growing things and being in the dirt. And that reminded me of my very first assignment when I went to work for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Oh, I can hold this. Okay. Thank you. If I drop it, we'll call. But at any rate, I was sent to the Pequea Valley School District, which is in Lancaster County, I believe, but it's in farming country. And I was to talk to the school board about the Clean and Green Act that was newly passed by the legislature and the effect it would have on school revenue. And so I took one of my brand new business cards and I gave that to the president of the school board to introduce me. And so he announced that Donald Boyer was here to speak to the 9-member board, but he was concerned by some of the things he saw listed after my name. He said, now we're all in agriculture here, and we all know what BS stands for. And then he proceeded to say, I hope the MS isn't more of the same. And after that, I hope PhD doesn't mean you're going to pile it higher and deeper. The net effect of that was I had everything except my name removed from the business cards. But at any rate, what Louise and I plan to do today is to deal with facts. We're not going to make them sound better than they are or create a panic situation by looking at the fiscal condition of our synod. So we'll begin. If you want to see the non-graphic form of this presentation, it begins on page 24 of the Bulletin of Reports. So greetings to everyone. And as you know, we're all nearing the end of the COVID pandemic, which has turned churches and institutions upside down. But now we're facing two other things, which will have a profound effect on our abilities to raise money and to keep our churches solvent. And that is the effect of inflation and the closing of banks. Now you may say, well, there are only 2 banks that have closed. It doesn't affect us because the banks that we deal with are very strong. Well, the one that closed first affected our synod, because that's the bank that handled our direct deposit to pay our employees. So we got a frantic call on a Friday, which was payday. The bank was closed. What are we going to do? So a couple of us went into the synod office on Sunday and manually generated payroll checks so that on Monday our staff could get paid. Fortunately, that was all cleared up and we were reimbursed. But it adds a new dimension to how you plan your banking services, and we'll deal with some of that a little later. But I would also like to thank all the congregations and individuals of the Northeast Pennsylvania Synod for their generous financial support in these trying times. For the year 2022, which is the last completed fiscal year that we have, we actually received $49,133 more in mission support money than we anticipated. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Now, if I can get this thing to work, we should be on the next slide. I'd also like to thank the special efforts of our Synod staff. You've seen most of them here. Last year, Stacy Burke actually made a video of our presentation and pre-recorded all of our comments. However, this year, she has a new assignment as Growing Young Coordinator, which takes priority over recording Louise and I. So you're getting this thing from scratch. Debbie Skinner, you know if you're involved in sending mission support money to the Synod and this sort of thing. She handles all of that money for us. And last but not least, Eric. I don't know how we could operate in this day and age without Eric, because not only is he a very good accountant and bookkeeper kind of person, he's also technologically talented. And so the Synod has embarked on some new adventures, thanks to the ability of Eric to install things and get them working and do all of this at a very reasonable price. This current slide shows the members of the Synod's Financial Committee. Louise, standing next to me, is the chairperson. This is her last year as chairperson of this committee. But a special thanks goes out to all of these members for all of the extra time and effort they put in to learning about the needs of our ministry teams and the agencies that we do support. As a matter of fact, we held 2 days of talking. First of all, the first day we met with all of the ministry teams that would sit down with us and explain what their financial needs would be so that we could begin to develop the 2024 spending plan. And then on the second full day, we met with some institutions for the first time that I can remember in my 8 years dealing with this kind of thing. We met with the United Lutheran Seminary. The president and their chief fiscal officer came and spent hours, well, it seemed like hours, talking to us and telling us how we could partner with them and they could partner with us in solving some of our problems, like the shortage of pastors and things that the bishop just got finished talking about. After that, we met with representatives of Bear Creek Camp. They get the second highest amount of money of an agency. And I think people look at Bear Creek Camp sort of like an ancillary kind of thing. But in this time when there's such an effort on growing young, where else can you find a youth program in one summer that deals with 800 children? That's what they serve. And my hope is that in 2005, we can give either greater support than we have planned for 2004. So again, thank you for the work of the Finance Committee. One of the innovations that we've started this year that affects the committee is that we are now using QuickBooks Online for all of our accounting. And every member of the Finance Committee has access to all of these records. Read-only access, I'll point out, but they have access to that. And earlier we had a discussion here about were 2 signatures required on a check and that sort of thing. And someone said about the banks doing things electronically. Well, a lot of our invoices now come to the Synod electronically. And so we pay them electronically without any signatures. However, we've established a new approval process for that payment. It's a computer program that allows us, the 4 officers, to approve that expenditure. And as soon as 2 of the officers approve the expenditure, the check can be generated electronically and sent to the recipient of the money. So we're still going with the 2 people required, but not writing the check at the end, but approving it prior to the check being written. And this works very well. When we got finished last evening and I got back into the hotel room, there were about 15 approvals. And it took me, I'd say maybe 5 to 10 minutes to electronically approve those using my telephone. So that's where the Synod Finance Committee is now engaged in approving these kinds of projects and creating more transparency in how we conduct our business. There are 2 people that I'd like to give special thanks to, one being former Vice President Kristen Weiner. Kristen was very active in the work of the Finance Committee. She attended almost every meeting and was pushing us as a committee into taking a good hard look at how we invest our money. Because for the 6 years that I was on the Finance Committee, we never even looked at investments because interest rates were so low. It didn't make much difference, but we'll get to what we did to respond to her later. And then, of course, our bishop, who is very busy doing things, but he attended both of these full-day meetings with the ministry teams, and in fact, he personally scheduled the agencies that we met with. Now, I mentioned 2 of the agencies, but we also met with Common Ground and Hope's Table that you heard all about yesterday. So a special thanks to Kristen and Bishop DeForest. Okay, now we'll look at some of the charts. This chart compares the revenue versus expenditures for several years, beginning with 2016. The green line, and I hope you can see it, is the revenue. The yellow line are expenditures. And what you see is that for the first 2 years of this chart, we spent more money than we took in. And then all of a sudden we had an increase in revenue, and we continued to cut expenses. And so from that point on until the current time, we have received more revenue than we've had expenditures. We've controlled that, not by raising more revenue, because you can see the revenue line constantly going down, but we're actively controlling how we spend our money and trying to find the most efficient use of your contribution dollars. The 2022 spending plan is the last complete fiscal year that we have on record. The auditors are currently auditing that as we speak. Our synod, for those of you who are not aware of this, has a rather unique fiscal year, as does every other synod in the ELCA. Our fiscal year begins on the 1st of February and ends on January 31st of the following year. So the year we're in now, the 2003 fiscal year, began on February 1st of 2003 and will end on January 31st of 2024. I think you can see the logic of some of that. Someone probably analyzed when congregations had money to send to synods, and everyone knows more people go to church at Christmas time than they do, with the exception of Easter, than they do at other times. So having our fiscal year begin a month after that allows the congregations to send us what they collect for mission support and still have that credited to their fiscal year and to the proper synod fiscal year. Now, if you want to examine the details of the 2022 spending plan, you'll find those on page 26 of the Bulletin of Reports. And that's where you'll also find the 2024 spending plan. In recent years, we've started to give you a base for comparison. A lot of institutions, including many churches, like to compare one year's budget with the next. But those of us who are in the finance business realize that a budget is a plan. It's nothing more than that. And comparing one plan to another plan is kind of worthless. But comparing a plan to a prior actual expenditure is what one has to look at. So on the sheets in your bulletin of reports, you'll see the completed 2022 revenue and expenses, both what was budgeted and the actual that was spent. The third column would be the current year that we're in. And of course, that's only the amount of money that we've collected for those parts. And then you have the proposed spending plan for fiscal 2024 following that. Now, where does the synod's revenue come from? So we have this pie chart. And you can see there's one really big piece. It reminds me of Pac-Man. But the mission support that comes from congregations and some individuals amounts to 87.2% of all of the synod's revenue to support synod operations. The next item on there is called deferred revenue, and that's 7.3%. Now, what's deferred revenue? That's money that was generated in prior years as a surplus. And by the resolutions, we're allowed to use up to 15% of that to balance a budget to make sure that our programs function continuously. That's the way it's stated. The last 2 years that were finished, we've had deferred revenue as part of the revenue available. But we're very fortunate because we never had to use any of that money. Now, for 2023, we have $100,000 worth of deferred revenue. My guess is we're going to use some of that. This assembly, for one reason, is one that has lost money, considerable dollars. I don't know if you're aware of it, but the meal plan that everyone has subscribed to, or almost everyone, has a subsidy from the synod toward that meal plan. That's almost a $30,000 investment in this assembly. The assembly planners chose to do something like that to keep the costs down for congregations sending voting members to participate. And we hope to some degree it's worked. But the contract that we're operating under for Kalahari for now was actually generated before the pandemic and had to be canceled when meetings were prohibited by the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Now, you might say, well, why don't you just cancel it and start over? Well, there was a cancellation fee, $93,000 would have had to be paid. So between Bishop Zeiser and later Bishop DeForest, we were able to negotiate with Kalahari to just allow us to kick that program down the road, resulting in what we have now. The downside of that is that the numbers that were anticipated attending the assembly were from a long time ago, pre-pandemic, when we had maybe 600, 700, 800 people at assemblies. And so we had to guarantee so many rooms that would be used and all of that. And it's because of that that we're going to incur a deficit, because we're nowhere near those rates of attendance at assemblies. Events is the next highest one at 3.1%, and finally transfers at 1.5%. If you add that up, that's 99.1% of all of the funds that we receive. Now, on the next slide, we're comparing, I may have this out of order. No, that's right. We're comparing the mission support money of what we budgeted and what we received, and there's your $49,000 difference. But when we get to the total revenue part, we have budgeted $171,000 more than we actually received. Why is that? Well, the ELCA, as you may not be aware of, pays a large portion of the DEM's salary. As a matter of fact, we were told that that process was going to be discontinued, and that instead of the ELCA employing the DEM, the synod would have to be the employer, and they were going to give us roughly $110,000. Well, we put that into budget, then they changed their mind. So there was an extra $100,000 there that we had no chance of getting. Of course, it equaled out because we didn't have to spend that $100,000 either. We also had an error that the auditors picked up that amounted to $15,000 in interest earnings. The interest earnings came to the synod, but they were not for the general fund. They were from some of the investments, but somehow it got in the wrong place. And also, that year, we overestimated the cost of the assembly by $18,000, because as you recall, that particular year we had virtual assemblies, and they were a lot cheaper than we had budgeted. So actually, our budgeting revenue for that particular year was not that great. Now, on the next slide are the expenditures. And you can see the largest piece of that pie goes to the LCA. It's actually 41% of our total revenue that we send as soon as we get it off to the LCA. We're also taking another 7% that we give to various institutions that I just mentioned. And so the two of those numbers add up to about 48%, or almost half of the mission support money that you folks give to operate the synod. What do we do with the other 50%? Well, 32.8% goes for staff, 7.4% for the building and office supplies, and 6.7% for ministry teams, as well as some money for administration. All of that adds up to about 95% of the total expenditures that we have. And so if you look at the bottom line for the 2002 spending plan, at the top we show you expenditures budgeted and actual, and then we look at the total revenue received, subtract the total expenditures from that, and we still wound up with a surplus of $56,750. That's where that deferred revenue is generated from, that kind of thing for 222 and for prior years. Now, as I said earlier, a good portion of the mission support money goes to the LCA. And we were trying to come up with a chart that could kind of illustrate what has happened to this over a period of time. And so if you look at this bar graph, what you're looking at are not independent years, but the average of 4 years. So it's a kind of fictitious thing, but to point out what percent the ELCA gets as compared to the percent that we keep, it works out very well. So you can see in the beginning of this, the ELCA at that time received 53% of the total revenue of that average. And we retained at the synod level 47%. But if you go to the last line, those percentages have completely reversed. So part of the way we as a synod have been able to prevent deficits is that we actually spent less giving to the ELCA. This chart is designed to show the effect of inflation on dollars. And so, am I the wrong? Oh. Now I got to move back. Okay. We do that by plotting the current dollars. That's actual real money. And that's the top line. You can't see the color because it's all blended into the yellow. And then we use a formula to adjust current dollars, real money, to what they call constant dollars by deflating that money based on the changes in the consumer price index. So we chose the year 2016 as our base year. So you see that The real dollars and the deflated dollars were the same. But when you get to the end of the chart, you can see the big difference. Now, I'd like to point out that the total revenue over this period of time has decreased in real dollars by $738,816. So that's the difference between the end of the graph and the beginning and the top line. Now, when you factor out inflation, which means a decrease in your purchasing power, you're looking at another $402,993. That's a profound loss of income and purchasing power. You're facing the same thing in your churches. And so the effort we're trying to make is to keep the service provided by the Synod at a constant level, or in fact increasing it, and doing it with less money, both actual and deflated dollars. Now the pages are sticking together. Okay. Everything we've talked about so far has been the general fund. The Synod has other monies, and those are all listed there. We can't use those monies for general fund operation. Most of them came as endowments from individuals and things of that sort. But there are two funds on here that our Synod Council has absolute control over, and the first one is the Church Loan Fund. We have approximately $103 million plus in that church loan fund that we can make available to churches that need to do something with their buildings or some other capital expense. The current interest rate on those loans is 3%, and it has to be paid back over a 7-year period of time. We only have one loan that's now pending. There is a limit to how large the loan may be. It has to be slightly over $180,000. But that's available to your congregations. I don't know if it's available for technology purchasing, for streaming equipment and that kind of thing. That's something that the Finance Committee is going to take up and present to the Synod Council at its next meeting. The other one is the Mission Development Fund. That's somewhere near the middle of this chart. That fund is explicitly to develop new missions or to pay for Synod projects. That's how Hope's Table got started. Common Ground was recipient of that for years. Now those two have been moved out of being paid of mission development and have moved into the general fund of the Synod. The study that's being done currently on the revitalization of the Psalm program, that's been paid or will be paid for out of the Mission Development Fund. This fund is increasing if we sell properties and get a portion of the sale price from selling closed churches. People will say, well, that's a good source. There are a lot of churches. Well, churches aren't easy to sell. And there's one in our Synod that we're going to take a big hit on. That church has been abandoned for a couple of years, and the Synod never really found out about it until the local community wanted to know where the pastor was living because they wanted to serve warrants on her for letting the property deteriorate. So we thought we would advertise and sell the property, the church and the parsonage. And I believe we got a bid of $11,000. We've spent that much cleaning it up. And that's totally not done. We think we have the deal all wrapped up, but there's something with finding enough people to sign off on the property. So they're not all money-making things, trust me, when it comes to that. And the last thing I want to discuss is where do we keep the money other than what's in our checking account? How do we invest it? Well, there are two funds operated by the ELCA. There's a table right outside where a representative of that fund is, so I'm not going to take a lot of time in talking about the difference. But we have considerable dollars invested in the Growth Fund, which used to be called Fund A. That's where the church loan fund money is and that kind of thing. The problem with a growth fund is that you can, in fact, depending upon the stock market, lose some of the principal that's invested. So that's something you have to consider when you put money in the growth fund. The other part under the MIF program are CDs. And we have CDs invested with them. They don't come due until 2024, and they're currently earning 2.13% interest. We also have a CD that we just discovered a couple of months ago in Truist Bank. And I don't have at my fingertips the details on that CD. Our principal depository is M&T Bank. That's where our payroll accounts are and our checking accounts and things of the sort. But recently we set up a new investment instrument that was very popular in the 1990s. It's called a sweep account. So we looked around and found any place where we could find money that wasn't being actually invested. We created a new account that has approximately $2 million in it. And M&T Bank is investing that for us on a daily basis in U.S. Treasury notes. Now, why did I emphasize Treasury notes? Well, money you put in a regular bank is only insured by the government to the tune of $250,000. Now, let's say you have $2 million to invest or play with, and you want to put it in regular banks. You're dealing with a couple banks. Well, that's not productive for us. But if you invest money in certificates, or not certificates, but securities that are insured by the federal government totally, as these federal notes are, we don't have to worry about that $250,000 limit. We could have gotten a higher interest return if we had allowed them to invest that money in any kind of security that's out there. We chose not to do that to protect the value of the dollars that we already have. And so we're looking at an interest rate of approximately 4.25% for treasuries. And with the way this thing works, and they take any surplus monies out of the fund every day, they sweep it out over an amount we say we want to retain in that fund. we're going to earn, at the current interest rates, approximately $7,000 a month. Or if you do the math, in a year we're talking about $82,000 if there's no change in interest rates. Now, if interest rates go up, and they currently are in short-term treasuries, that should increase. None of that has been budgeted. And so we're looking to have a cushion there to offset any losses that we may have with this assembly or anything else that comes down the pike. So that's basically where we're investing money. It's the effect of inflation on money and a report on the 2022 plan. Yeah, I'll do it for you.
Good morning. Like Bishop Davenport, I'm going to read my notes. And like Josh, well, I won't go there with that, but maybe afterwards. Good morning. I'm here to present the 2024 proposed spending plan. And he's going to put the revenue back up. It's going to be the revenue first. There. It can be found on pages 26 and 27, like he said, in your bulletin of reports. Now, if there are any questions, we'll take them after this is over, or you can see Dr. Boyer, myself, or any member of the Finance Committee, and we will get back to you with any answers. This slide is the revenue spending plan. The total breakdown revenue is listed in your bulletin of reports, but it's the deferred revenue, mission support, DEM support, event income, and other, for a total funds available of $2,064,100. Now, this is for the 2024 spending plan revenue. The next slide is the expenditures proposed for the 2024 spending plan. Workshops, $10,500, ELCA, 846, ministry teams, institution and agency support, executive committee, administrative, and budgetary reserves for a total spending plan of $2,064,100. This is also in your budget, your bulletin of reports. The next, it's off. Okay. The slide is just actually the total available funds, the total expenditures should equal out to 0. There we go. And this is just to show the totals balancing out the plan. Now, if there are any questions before we get to this final slide, we can take it, or you can hold them and talk to us afterwards. Okay.
I guess, do you want to open the floor to questions on that, or are there separate question times?
You can do that.
All right, so just formally, and I know time is tight here, we have more program we want to get to, but the floor is open for a moment for questions on the spending plan. Please go to a microphone if you have a question. And we're going to limit any conversation about this to 1 minute, and I'm going to need to limit the amount of conversation time we have. So if we could have the 1-minute timer on the screen. I think I saw first microphone 4.
Scott Hall, St. John's, Nazareth. I'm just curious about the DEM funding. Can you give us some background on that and why it's down to $10,000 now?
Well, the DEM is actually an employee of the ELCA. And they give us approximately $10,000 a year for expenses, but they set the salary and that sort of thing. One of the differences in costs is that our synod has a better health care plan than the ELCA, and so we use some of that extra money so that we can provide our DEM with the better of the two health insurance plans. That's basically the difference.
Thank you. Microphone 3.
Lloyd Wirtz from Jerusalem in Schuylkill Haven. And having been in this role, several decades ago, I can tell you that any report that was offered during my time there pales in comparison to what you have offered today, Don, and with your partner. And I just got to say, wonderful. If you need a motion to approve, I'm happy to give it, and if you don't, I'm happy to be part of that as well, but great job. Thank you so much.
Are we at that stage? Oh, sorry, Mr. Microphone. Yes, Chair recognizes microphone 1.
Hi, I'm Kat Tigerman, the DEM. I thought I might just address that question briefly. The $10,000 is actually for mission and for ministry for the synod, and so Churchwide provides $10,000 as a means for bishop and the DEM and synod staff to work with you all to figure out how that money could best be served. So it's actually nothing to do with salary. They took that out entirely and then allow that for the synod to use.
Microphone 2.
Doug Daniel, Hope Lutheran Cherryville. Could you please just explain the increase in the executive staff and the travel and the support staff travel from 23 to 24? It looks like it goes from about 575,000 to well over 645,000. Is there additional headcount? And then what percentage did you budget for the proposed increases? So it just needs to be broken down a little bit more.
Now, which line were you looking at?
I'm not looking at a slide, I'm looking at page 27 of the budget.
Okay. And you're looking at executive
staff?
Synod staff. We've lumped a number of synod staff positions together for the executive staff. You can see, if you have the color-coded part, all of the numbers above that are the parts that go into making up the red line on there. I don't have a colored copy here, but I'd be glad to go over it with you a little later. But we've put more people into that category for the purpose of this report.
Additional people
No,
in the lumping together. I understand that you lumped it together.
There's been a reclassification. The person I mentioned, who is our internal fiscal person, Eric, last year he was considered as a support staff, and I think that title's been changed now to a different category, but this year he's in the executive staff. So there are people who have just been rearranged, but they're not new employees.
Okay, I understand that, but when I lump the numbers together to put executive staff and support staff, I'm showing approximately $575,000, and you're projecting for next year about $675,000. So what is that
the
growth
difference
then?
there is that for the next year, there is an increase built into this. Now, the Synod Council is going to have to vote on that when they establish salaries. But since the inflation costs are going up, I believe we have something like a 2.5% or 3% increase built into it.
Well, when you take the raw numbers, you go from 575,000 to 675,000. That's well over 12% increase. So that's why I'm asking, is there additional people, or is there an excessively high budget for increases?
Well, there's some of each. Has been a person who has been reclassified, which is a different cost, plus raises then for the other staff. So that's where that comes from. I have to get the background to explain it any differently than that.
Okay.
But I'll be happy to do that. I have it up in my room. Oh, thank you. There's one other part of that, and it's perhaps the biggest part. As you may be aware of, back during Bishop Zeiser's time, the support staff hours were cut. And so people were working less time. The office was closed on Fridays, so nobody was there, that kind of thing. Those hours have been restored because there's extra workload and that kind of thing. So what you're looking at is a combination of the extra hours plus a salary increase plus the reclassification of Eric. That's what makes that up. Thank you.
I believe there's one more. I'm sorry. I believe there's one more over there.
Yes, we'll have to really limit this to probably one more. So go ahead, microphone 4.
This should be quick and easier. This is Andy Mextroth from Zegel's Church in Prynicksville. The 47% that goes to the ELCA mission support, how is that? Is that done by the percentage? And how is that percentage sent? Just so I understand.
Every year the Synod Council, when they start approving spending plans, has to establish the percent of mission support that's received that will be forwarded to the ELCA. We have to do that about a year and a half before the actual budget is implemented. But that's to enable the ELCA then to plan its budgets. That's the purpose of that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, we're going to put the next the resolution up, if we can find it. There we go. Okay. Be it resolved that the 2024 spending proposal, that is February 1st, 2024 to January 31st, 2025, be adopted. The Synod Council is hereby authorized to establish the 2024 spending proposal no later than its January 2024 meeting, making any necessary adjustments to the proposal in light of both realistic anticipation of receipts and Synod priorities, in consultation with the ELCA Treasurer with respect to the ELCA portion thereof.
Thank you very much. I know have one more comment from Secretary Schenkweiler before we move to vote. Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to that discussion about staff changes. If you look in the report of the Synod Council, on page 19, the last two items, for example, that gives the specific information about additional time for some of the staff people and increases. If there is a salary increase given, if people's hours are changed, the Synod Council would vote on that, and you will find that kind of information in the report of the Synod Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we'll have the resolution back up on screen if you would, because we're ready to move towards a vote for this resolution. So get your cards ready. All those in favor of this resolution, please use your green card. All right, thank you. You lower them. Those opposed, red card. And the spending plan passes. Thank you all very much. Thank you. So I am going to ask, what's the specific name of this? A point of my own opportunity as chair here to adjust our agenda a bit. We want to hear from our keynote presenter today, before our lunch at 12:30, and so we want a block of time with him, and he is going to be our next presenter. That would mean that we will move we would need to move the items that are from mission interpreters through to the DEM, all of which are short presentations, and we can catch them this evening. And we will also have more time for Dave and Joe tonight. They have an expanded block as well. So what I would like to ask is your permission, and we'll get a vote on this with green cards and red cards, to make those changes so that our remaining item will be a brief stretch, not leave, but stretch and stand moment with Joe and Dave, and then hear from our keynote presenter for about 40 minutes before our official lunch break, which we cannot break early for because the lunch is getting ready for us, so we couldn't leave early anyway. I will now let that be out on the floor. If there's any questions or concerns about that, the microphones are now open. We spoke with them, and it's all set. Yes. Okay. You are not? Well, then we would like to have you come forward to do that presentation then. Can we make one amendment to what I'm suggesting, which is to have the presentation from mission interpreters, because they cannot be here tonight, even though I misinterpreted that. That's my fault. So before we do that, actually that's on the agenda, so let's do that. Consider that move of change of the agenda, and we'll pick up on that after we hear from this presentation, which is, of course, about life-giving ministries and the life of our synod and the way that we share stories that ties exactly to what we just heard from our folks talking about the spending plan. Charlotte Gross, you lead this group along with Georgia Sarnofsky. Please give us an update about your work and the work that is life-giving for our synod.
Hello. As Bishop introduced, I'm Charlotte Gross. I'm a member of Lutheran Church of the Holy Spirit in Emmaus. For the past few years, I've been co-coordinating our Synod's ministry of mission interpretation, which is to seek, write, and/or share already written stories of the impact of the wider giving our congregations make to the Synod, which is shared with the Synod and the ELCA. My co-coordinator in this work, Georgia Sarnofsky, asked me to speak for both of us today. We're both willing to visit your congregations to share with your members about the impact they're making by their giving to the Synod and the ELCA for our many wider ministries. So here's my story of ELCA impact for us today. I had the privilege last fall of visiting an ELCA congregation founded for the homeless in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, by ELCA Pastor Emily Norris. The congregation is named The Dwelling and started with a handful of the homeless in Winston-Salem attending. Now has over 200 people attending Sunday morning worship services and free breakfast. The Dwelling membership is open to anyone. We heard the stories of several of the members of the Dwelling's congregation, all emotionally sharing how it changed their lives. The Dwelling offers free mobile showers, provides shower supplies kits, assembled and given by nearby Synod churches. Pastor Emily said she doesn't know a better way to remind people of their baptism. The members of the Dwelling wear t-shirts with some of these value statements printed on them. Housing doesn't equal worthiness. Trauma doesn't equal shame. Hunger doesn't equal emptiness. Wealth doesn't equal belovedness. The Dwelling has recast people's roles to build self-esteem. The formerly homeless cook for the dwelling is not called the cook, but the minister of meals. A formerly homeless 21-year-old member is in charge of setting up and taking down the seats every week, and shared that everyone who comes willingly assists with this, fostering leadership. Here's my takeaway. How do we look at homeless people? How would we treat a homeless person if they walked into our church? The dwelling shared that previously, when this happened in Winston-Salem, someone would follow the person around as they did not trust them. The dwelling has changed this for the better. And I have the privilege of thanking you for all of this. This is just one story, for working together to share God's love.
Thank you so much, Charlotte, and please engage with both of you as you are here in the afternoon. Find some time to share stories and also call them out to share stories together. That's what we need. I'm going to have this request now that we change the agenda in the following way, that we would have Joe and Dave come out, just give us a little, get out of our seats a bit. Then we would invite our keynote presenter, Michael Gerlinghouse, out, and the other items that are left in our agenda for this morning, we move to this evening. We have some room and capacity because we built it into the evening, and if it means an extra 10 minutes, then you can make that decision whether you want to hang out or not. But we're going to also be meeting our vice president candidates this evening as well. So, any discussion or concern about that change in agenda? Yes, microphone 3.
Thank you, Bishop. Sonia Weir, pastor at Renewed, co-pastor at Renewed Spirit in Reading. I'm having one concern about this. Part of this plenary session, if I see this correctly, was having our new Director of Evangelical Mission introduced. And my concern about moving it to this evening is this afternoon would be a really great opportunity for conversation since there's so much free time. Could we meet her now so that it's easier for us to approach her?
That's a proposal. It will, her formal presentation takes about 10 minutes, and that would make it difficult for us to continue with the keynote that we have presented as well. And I think you can take that opportunity to meet her. She will be out and available in this time. But that would be my answer to that we will be cutting into the amount of time, and our lunchtime I wouldn't want to delay too much in us going forward. And here she is coming forward. With Jubilee.
I'm needed as mom in this moment, but I was going to say in my presentation that I'll be hanging out and around the Vitality Cafe, if that is an easy point to find me, and I would be happy and honored and excited to have any conversation you may like with me. So thank you for bringing that forward, Sonia.
Thank you, Sonia. You have a cake and eat it too. Thank you for your help and cooperation and understanding it. That's a very good point. So let's see if you are in favor of changing these agendas. Let's see. Raise your green cards. And it looks like the majority of us are. Red cards opposed? All right, thanks. Let's get energized a bit and then get ready to go into learning and growing. Joe and Dave, come on out.
Right. Yeah. We hope you all are ready to move and groove just a little bit. Dave and I don't like to call it dancing because we realize dancing is intimidating. So what we like to say rhythmic movement.
So please rise as you're able. Love the Lord your God with your heart, soul, and mind and body. And some of us do the mind really well and not the other ones as well. So let's try to love the Lord our God with our whole body here, our whole being, our suke here.
Stretch on
All right, here we go.
It's real simple. Rhythm is optional. So you got this.
It's
Just-
preferred, but it's optional.
Yeah. Just have fun with it. It's all good.
You want to teach it?
Yeah. So we're going to sprinkle some sunshine. And what we mean by that is like spreading God's love, spreading God's hope and healing and peace wherever you go. So you're going to do sprinkle like this. This is your sprinkle. So you're going to sprinkle to this side, and you're going to sprinkle to that side. Sprinkle to this side, and sprinkle to that side. And you say, you might get a drop, and you point to someone next to you. You might get a drop on you.
All right, and Mark's going to come hit the button that he hit last time to fix this.
Yeah. DJ Mark.
Sprinkle 3 people next to you. Remind them of God's love.
Sprinkle
Sprinkle
God's
them,
love.
sprinkle them.
God's
One
love.
sprinkle at a time.
Sprinkle God's love. Sprinkle God's love.
There we go. All right.
Yeah,
sorry.
give it up for DJ Mark.
Yeah, DJ Mark.
Make some noise. Yeah. All right, we ready to sprinkle? Yeah.
Sprinkle to this side.
And to that side.
This side.
And to that side.
This side.
And to that side.
You might get a drop on you. Sing with us.
Sprinkle sunshine on each other. Sprinkle sunshine on each other. Sprinkle sunshine on each other.
You might get a drop on you. Sing it with us.
Sprinkle sunshine on each other. Sprinkle sunshine on each other. Sprinkle sunshine on each other.
You might get a drop on you.
Ha. Yeah, you can't wreck this cause you wreck this. Angels and ancestors guide and protect us. Love and hate etched on the brass knuckles cause we down with the rah ruckus suckers. But it's Muhammad Ghani and Muhammad Ali who taught me how to bob and weave outside of the ring. How to fly and sting without any wings. Dr. X, Malcolm King dreams by any means. Which means both teams are united as one. Won't live and die by the gun, but by the beat of my drum. When I'm weak, I'm strong, so I can keep keeping on. The sirens might come, but they can't silence my song. Nah, by the flight, why would I run? I got the Holy Ghost fire inside of my tongue. The glory of ancient warriors inside of my blood. I tighten my gloves and shout at the top of my lungs. We say,
sprinkle sunshine on each other. Sprinkle sunshine on each other. Sprinkle sunshine on each other.
You might get a drop on who?
Keep it going.
Sprinkle sunshine on each other. Sprinkle sunshine on each other. Sprinkle sunshine on each other.
You might get a drop on you. Agape. Hey.
I'm so grateful to be here today because my favorite synod is NEPA. Having so much fun. Woo! Everybody like this. Gotta give props to my homie Bishop Chris. Do it all of the time. And we sprinkle sunshine. They say love is patient. They say love is kind. And I'm so grateful because Christ reminds me that I can move from death to life. We do it all of the time. You know, it might look like that, but God says I got something for you that's so much more fat. It's so big. It's so big and it's so wild. Because you know that I gotta have a faith like a child. So I'm gonna spread it one time. Just one little sprinkle. All I'm trying to do is make sure that what you think, oh, I think that God is bigger than this. And there will be life one day. Come on, let's rock with this. Sprinkle. Come on, let's hear you sing it. Come on.
Sprinkle sunshine on each other. Sprinkle sunshine on each other.
You might get a drop on you. What'd you say?
Sprinkle sunshine on each other. Sprinkle sunshine on each other. Sprinkle sunshine on each other.
You might get a drop on you. Here we go.
Spin this way.
Go.
1, 2, 3, clap. 1, 2, 3.
You clap.
1, 2, 3.
Clap.
1, 2, 3.
You bring it back.
Jeden, 2, 3.
Just like that.
1, 2, 3.
Then you clap.
1 and 2 and 3.
You bring it back.
1 and now put your lights in the air. Go into the world of bigger sunshine. Sprinkle say shine your light, shine your light. We said go into the world of bigger sunshine. Sprinkle say shine your light,
shine your light.
Go into the world of bigger sunshine. Sprinkle say shine your light,
shine your light.
Go into the world of bigger sunshine. Sprinkle say shine your light, shine your light. Sprinkle 5 people right now. Sprinkle 5 people. Come on. This is not a polemic against full immersion baptism. It's just a song. Come on, sprinkle them.
Gotta sprinkle that sunshine everywhere you go. Let the people know. got
Therefore,
Johnny
let your light so shine before others that they might see your good deeds and praise your Father in heaven. Go into the world, sprinkling sunshine on the whole world, teaching them all that I commanded you. And lo, I am with you always to the end of the age. How many people know that God is with them always to the end of the age? Make some noise. Oh, yeah. All right.
Beyond death.
Let's
to life.
clap. Let's clap. Here we go. Clap, 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 clap.
Sprinkle sunshine on each other. Sprinkle sunshine on each other. Sprinkle sunshine on each other.
Oh, yeah. Peace and love. God bless.
We will get a bonus extra minutes for you tonight. It's going to be awesome. We're going to hear from Deacon Cat tonight. And right now we're going to give, before lunch, full attention, 34.7 minutes. But it won't be the first time. The last time we'll hear from him. We get 2 more shots at him, and they're about the same length, maybe a little longer, coming up over the next few days. But this is a colleague of mine who I've enjoyed working with as bishop. He is finishing up his term. He has been succeeded by a person we know, Becca Middicky-Conlon, who came out and through our synod and did some great and amazing work here, did great work there as a DEM. And so I will just shut up and give you a man who has worked this stuff and knows this stuff, especially loss and grief. I give to you Bishop Michael Gerlinghouse.
Thank you, Bishop. Appreciate it. And I will start by saying Pastor Becca told me as I was leaving 2 things. She said, number 1, send greetings to the Northeast Pennsylvania Synod. So greetings from Bishop-elect Becca Middicky-Conlon. And she also said, I've talked to several people I know there, and they're all going to give you a hard time. So if you've been, instructed, go ahead. She has indeed been a gift to our synod these last 2 years, so thank you very much for sending her our way, and I think she's going to do an amazing job in leading our synod. I also want to bring you greetings from the Arkansas-Oklahoma Synod. This morning when Deacon Travis was doing his report, I thought for a minute he was talking about our synod. Okay, one should always turn off your phone so it doesn't ring in your hearing aids in the middle of a presentation. Okay, now we're going to turn the phone off so that does not happen again. Go away. Anyway. So, where was I? Oh, bring you greetings from Deacon Travis was this morning, he was talking about giving us a variety of different numbers, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. But he kind of made a numerical mistake, and for a moment I thought he was talking about our synod, because the Arkansas-Oklahoma Synod is the 4th smallest synod in the ELCA. We are 45 congregations spread over 3 states, most of them small. About 60% of our congregations have under 50 in worship on Sunday, predominantly urban. We have a few rural congregations. Most people don't think of Oklahoma and Arkansas as being urban states, but in fact, most of our congregations are in urban areas. And so when he said something about 47, I said, oh, that's us. Little different kind of experience than being here with so many of you. I'm so grateful for the invitation to come and talk to you about embracing God's future without forgetting the past. So, oh, there it is. I'm going to make sure I'm working this correctly. Perfect. And then if I want to go back and do that, oh, I got it figured out. Just a few words about the PowerPoints. Most of the photography, not all of it, is mine. It's one of the things I do for fun when I have the opportunity, so I should just let you know that. And this first slide, the cover slide that we'll be using for all of the presentations, is a picture I took in Biloxi, Mississippi, after Hurricane Katrina, of a congregation not too far from the shoreline who literally had the walls blown out of it. And I think these days in our churches, this is kind of how we feel. We feel like with all of the change, with all of the loss, with all of the challenges we have faced, many of whom we've heard about just this morning and I assume last night, we feel like this. We feel like the walls have been blown out of us, not only physically, but emotionally, spiritually, as we have dealt with all of this loss. And that's really what we want to dig into. I'm not going to tell you this is what you do to fix all that. I'm going to let other people do that. We'll touch a little bit on that tomorrow in my third presentation. But mostly I want to talk about how do we work through the feelings, the emotions, the spiritual impact of the kind of realities that we faced as we go through this time of change and transition in the life of the church. Not only here, but really all across the ELCA, but well beyond that in other denominations, other church families, and even other religious traditions. So this first section, we're going to focus primarily on loss and grief and how that works in congregational systems. I'll say more about that too in a second. In the second one, we're going to be talking about yearning and nostalgia and how they're different. And then in the third section, we're going to be talking a little bit about how do we begin to adapt as we move forward into this new time of the church. So let's move forward. I got to point it to the back. Whoop. There we are. Just a little bit about me. As you heard, I'm the Bishop of the Arkansas-Oklahoma Synod. Before that, I was 20 years a campus pastor, serving, thank you, yay, let's hear it for campus ministry. Serving 3 different universities in 3 different states. And one of the things I did during that time was I was also adjunct instructor at 2 of those institutions, teaching in the area of thanatology, in the area of death and dying, grief and growth. I am not a grief therapist or a grief counselor. They are very important, well-trained people who can help us work on grief, and I've frequently referred students and others to people who are trained in therapy and counseling who could work on that. I am, number one, a pastor. I have been a pastor for 36 years. I will probably be a pastor till I take my last breath, and I approach these things pastorally. I've done a lot of pastoral care, walking with people through times of grief and loss. In that mode, in helping them think about what this means in terms of their spiritual life, in terms of their relationship with God and with others. But I'm not a therapist. Second, I am primarily, in terms of these topics of grief, a death educator. I started this journey when I was a freshman in college, when I interrupted a dorm mate, somebody lived in our floor who was about to take their own life, and started asking profound questions about death and dying and grief. And my training is primarily in sociology and the sociology of death. This is an interdisciplinary field, and so I bring that kind of an interdisciplinary approach to what I do. A little bit about why I wrote the book. By the way, this is the only shameless ad in the whole thing. Embracing God's Future Without Forgetting the Past is available now, both at Fortress Press and also on Amazon. End of commercial. Why did I write this book? Because I had a lot of experience, even before I became bishop, of working with individuals who were in grief and working with grief. One of the things I started noticing as I started working with congregations as a bishop, and I was slow in coming, which kind of was like, duh, is that congregations were exhibiting similar symptomatology to individuals who were stuck in their grief. Congregations were behaving like people I knew who were stuck. And I started lining that up and going, I wonder if some of the problems we're having in these congregations isn't tied to unresolved grief. And so I started looking for resources on how grief works in systems, particularly congregational systems. There's been a fair amount written about how grief works in family systems, although not as much as you might think. But there's been almost nothing written on how grief works in other kinds of systems. There's a lot been written about how grief is handled in school systems, primarily how do you set up times for people to come together and talk and bring in counselors for your students and that kind of thing. But that wasn't really what I was trying to figure out. So this book kind of emerged out of that kind of curiosity to try to figure out how is it that grief works in congregational systems? And so that's really where this is coming from. Now, my intent in writing this book was to talk about how we can work through our grief so that we can embrace life again, so we can take up life again. But I know it's also proved to be helpful to a number of congregations who are moving toward bringing their ministry to a close, and that's been true of a number of congregations in our own synod, as I have walked with them through the grief and loss of bringing their ministry to an end and closing their church. And even with those congregations, we have to ask, how do we take up life again as we grieve and mourn the closing of this ministry to move on to another? So that's a little bit about, I have a monitor here too. So my basic premise and everything I'm going to say to you the next couple of, today and tomorrow, is this. Loss always results in grief. Loss always results in grief. Now, it can be a small loss, like losing your wallet. You know, you're probably not going to spend 6 months or a year or 2 years grieving the loss of your wallet unless there was a lot of money in it. But even the loss of something relatively small will generate some level of grief within you. And then, of course, there's the big griefs. The loss of a loved one, of a friend, loss of somebody to death. And they're not unrelated. They're not unrelated. And so we want to spend a good chunk of our time now in this first session talking about loss. I think I have one more in here. Whoops, I need to remember to point. There it goes. That's the other point, and that's this. Grief, or loss, always results in grief, and change always results in loss. And that's important because it doesn't matter what kind of change it is. And one of the resistances that we have to change, and I could spend another whole workshop talking about change, is that we instinctively understand that if something changes, loss is going to happen. And that can be difficult changes like the loss of a loved one to death, which is a huge change, but it can also relate to positive changes. And that is, for example, you graduate from high school. Graduating from high school is a good thing, but it's a change. As you go on to military service or to a job or to college, it means leaving friends behind. It means leaving familiar patterns behind. It means some level of loss. And even that generates grief. And I remember working with freshmen at the university who were experiencing grief as they entered into this new weird world of college and saying, oh, I just miss my friends so much. It just doesn't seem right. I should be happy to be here, but oh man, I miss my friends so much. They were grieving, even though graduation is a good thing. Congregations can experience this too. For example, a congregation that grows rapidly, I'm just thinking about my own 45 congregations. There's only one that's experiencing that right now. But a congregation that grows rapidly can also experience some sense of grief and loss at the fact that we're not the small, intimate, friendly little congregation that knows everybody anymore, which can cause what happens is the congregation will grow to a certain point, and then it feels different, and then they'll shrink again, and then they'll grow. My first campus ministry was like that. We'd go from 8 to 15 to 20, and then back to 8 to 15 to 20, and back to 8. And I was really puzzled by that. It's like, why can't we break through that barrier? Well, it was because at 10 or 15, you're a small group. You can sit around one table. When you were 20, you lose that, and the students would say, this doesn't feel right anymore, I just wouldn't come back. So change always results in loss. Loss always results in grief. This is a quote from, I'm going to back up, I'm not going to be, I'll back up here, from a study that was done in 2015, so pre-pandemic, by David Rosen, just up the road at Hartford College in Connecticut, and on thriving and surviving congregations. And he quotes Ann Swidler, who's a sociologist, and says this: few would disagree that we live in a period of profound social and cultural change. Anybody here disagree with that? Okay, just checking. Cultural sociologist Ann Swidler refers to such times as unsettled. Anybody feeling unsettled these days? Hands. Anybody feeling unsettled these days? Yeah, I am. By this, she means that traditional ways of doing things typically no longer work, and new strategies for action must be developed without any assurance they will work. That was 2015, and I don't know exactly when Ann Swidler wrote that, but it had to be a little bit before that. I think that has only become more true as we come out of the pandemic and as we deal with just the realities of change that the pandemic wrought among us, particularly in the church. Oh, point. There we go. So we want to talk about loss. Loss can be very instructive. We can, in fact, learn from loss. And as we understand how loss works in our lives, loss can actually become a motivator. So let's talk a little bit about what we can learn from loss. First, we need to realize that loss is a universal human experience. There are some scholars who say our very first experience of loss and grief is the day we are born. Somebody says, yeah, that makes sense. When we lose the safety and security of our mother's womb and get propelled into this world with all of its craziness and sounds and lights and whatnot. I've even heard somebody suggest, I don't know if this is true or not, I don't have any scientific evidence, the reason the baby cries right after it's born is because they've had their first experience of loss. And so loss is just a part of human life. Little losses, big losses, all sorts of different kinds of losses. It's a human experience. And as we'll find out as we go through this, the way that we human beings respond to loss, experience grief, and then nostalgia and others is fairly universal. It's cross-cultural. The way we express it is culturally determined, but the fact that we experience it is something we do share in common as human beings across cultural boundaries. Loss is always experienced as a deprivation. It's pretty much the definition, right? To lose something is to be deprived of something. And none of us like to be deprived, which is why we tend to resist loss, to fight against it, to try to prevent it, to try to recreate whatever it is we've lost, because we feel like we've been deprived. And that's important, particularly as we think about how we deal with loss and the experience of loss in our congregations. Loss always results in some kind of response, whether it's emotional or physical or social or spiritual. Loss always results in some kind of response, and part of that response we call grief. But it can also teach us how to deal with future losses. I remember I was riding my bike to the pool, town where I grew up, and somewhere along the way I lost my wallet. But it wasn't the wallet that was the big deal, is I lost my pool pass. And my mother saw that as a teachable moment. I don't think she would have called it that at the time, but she said, you're going to need your allowance to go back to the pool and buy yourself a new pool pass. Well, I learned something about loss in that experience. I learned, number one, to take better care of my stuff. I also learned that sometimes loss has a cost. That was a small loss. It was not a big loss, but at 8 or 10 or whatever age I was at the time, I began to learn something about loss and how to respond to it and what it means. And so we have these little smaller losses that prepare us for dealing with bigger losses. And even the bigger losses can teach us sometimes something about ourselves and about the world in which we live. Very quick, there's two different kinds of losses, and this is really, I think, important for thinking about how congregations deal with loss. There are physical losses. They are the numbers that Deacon Travis laid out for us this morning, the decline in membership, sometimes the deterioration of our building, the smaller bank accounts, the lower offerings, the graying of our congregations. Those are all very physical realities that we can see, we can feel, we can touch. They're very sensory. They're physical. But there are other losses which are called symbolic losses. So a physical loss is a loss of things. It's a loss of relationships, places, possessions, or other tangible items. Symbolic losses are the psychosocial loss of roles, social status, position, or identity. So the church that used to have 500 members and was the center of its community has seen decline, and they're no longer at the center of community life. That's a symbolic loss. It might not be the fact that we're smaller that's really hurting us. It's the fact that people used to look up to us in our community as a community leader, and they're not doing that anymore. We've lost our role. We've lost our identity. We used to be the church for whatever, and for whatever reason, that program is no longer there. And we not only missed the program, but we missed what it said to us about who we are as churches, as congregations, as individuals within the community. That's why sometimes people are really resistant to change leadership in terms of giving up a role on the council or maybe the leader of a committee or a WLCA. It's not because of the role, it's because of the experience of the role, the symbol of being in that role, being somebody who is important. And change will do that to us. A lot of times people resist change primarily because they're not sure how they're going to fit in, that they're going to lose their place in the tapestry that is a congregation. So there's all sorts of symbolic losses, and the truth is that, back up halfway, physical losses often result in symbolic losses, and symbolic losses are often grieved longer than the physical ones. The symbolic losses often go deeper into who we are and what we're about. They hit our identity, our roles, our relationships in such a way that they take much longer to work through, and they're much less visible than the physical ones. So as I go into a congregation that's experiencing significant physical kinds of losses, I'm going to ask myself, what's also going on here? What are the other losses that are under the surface that are driving this? I mean, it's clear that we have fewer people in church, but what does that mean at that level, at that symbolic meaning level? How is this impacting the congregation's self-esteem, its self-understanding, its position and its place in its community, in the synod, in the church, in the world? Symbolic losses often have further reaching ramifications than the physical ones, which makes them harder and more intractable and sometimes a lot more difficult to deal with. So we want to say, how does this begin to play itself out in congregations? I wish I could back up half a step so I could see this monitor a little better. Now, I'm not a family systems expert. There are probably people in this room who know much more about family systems than I do and systemic thinking, but I found this very, very helpful as I think about congregations. Peter Steinke and his writing is really one of my key teachers. I draw a lot from Steinke and his work on churches as family systems. Oh, look, you guys are amazing. Thank you. Much better. You know, I would be lost without all the people helping me function. Just ask anyone. Faith communities are complex emotional systems. That is, they are a system of systems. And this is really important when we think about particularly grief and loss, because as I'll say in a moment here, congregations have a system for dealing with grief and loss that's systemic within the life of the congregation. But every single family in that congregation has its own system for dealing with grief and loss, a way that they respond to loss in their lives. I learned about the difference of this when I was doing my clinical pastoral education in a hospital in Chicago. We were an emergency room, trauma center for the east side or west side of Chicago. And I grew up in a family primarily with German roots in Wisconsin. And our way of dealing with grief and loss is to all sit silently and stare at each other. We're internal processors. I'm sure there are nobody from here knowing what I know of Pennsylvania have any roots in Germany. But, right? That's the way I was taught, and maybe it was my German roots, I don't know, but anyway, but we process stuff internally. Well, the west side of Chicago has a lot of Southern European folk, they do it a little differently. I remember the first time we had a family that had an Italian background come into our emergency room. One of their loved ones had died, and I got called to do the pastoral care, and they wept, and they wailed, and they cried, and it was just this, like, explosion of emotional expression, and I wanted to run and hide. And then I realized that's the way they do grief. That's the way they do it. That's their culture. And there's nothing wrong about the way my family does it, and there's nothing wrong with the way they do it. It's just different. But then you bring a whole group of people from different kinds of backgrounds and family systems into a congregation, and they bring all of those differences with them, and they collide, and they bump, and they clash, and sometimes they just really don't know what to do in terms of how do we process this. The other thing that we bring with us is a fluidity of membership and participation. Now, I don't know about your churches. In smaller communities, there's not as much fluidity. In larger communities, there is more people coming, people leaving, back and forth. Some people who have been there forever, their families going way, way back. Others that maybe have been there for a shorter amount of time. In Oklahoma, that means people who've been there 5 or 10 years new, and the ones who've been there forever have been there 50 years, because that's all the older the churches are. I know that's not true here. Somebody new here might have been in the church 50 or 60 years, right? But because there's fluidity in the membership, people have different relationships with that congregation. So some people will think, it's not a big deal. So, for example, you decide you want to repurpose a Sunday school classroom that's not being used for anymore. It's just kind of a junk room. And some of the newcomers are saying, that would be a great place for the food pantry. And the people who've been there forever are saying, we can't do that as a Sunday school room. And boom, you get this collision. Why? Because the people who've been there for a long time have all sorts of memories attached to that space. They remember when their kids were in Sunday school there. They remember when their kids were in confirmation there. They remember all the council meetings and other kinds of things they've had in that space. To the newcomer, it's just a junk room. And they're going to have two completely different ways of dealing with and thinking about that. Also, of course, some people in your congregation are going to be there every Sunday, and some people are going to be there, Christmas and Easter maybe, and so their level of participation is going to cause them to experience the grief and loss in a much different kind of way. Oh, moving on. Faith communities then themselves together have a culture of loss. They're marked by how cohesive, they're identified by how cohesive the congregation is, how close to one another they are, how well they communicate with one another. What are the various structures, roles, and relationships in that community, and how do they work out? And what is their help-seeking behavior? All of these things together define your culture of loss. And during the workshop this afternoon, we can dig into that a little bit further if you wish. How does the congregation handle, and what's their experience of conflict been? And the other thing that impacts, come on, one more try. What's the history of loss in the congregation? So what is the story of your experience of loss in that congregation? Because like I say, each successive loss is instructive. Finally, what's the local culture of loss? I want to talk about this a little bit. All of our ministries are contextual. They are in a place. And the loss experience of that place is really important and will impact the way a congregation itself experiences and expresses and reacts to and responds to loss. And so if you're in a place where there's been significant loss in the community, for example, I grew up in a paper mill town in Wisconsin. Our mill is the only one that's still there. All the other mills along the river, north and south of us, are gone. And those communities have experienced profound loss because of loss of that major industry. So if it's the steel mill or some other a mine or something else that has disappeared, that corporate loss in the larger community is obviously going to impact the way your own congregation deals with loss and grieves that loss. And it can be kind of other things. If there's been a disaster, a natural disaster of some sort, a tornado or a flood or something in the community's history, that will shape and mold how your own congregation looks at, thinks about, and responds to loss. I already said some of this. I always get ahead of my PowerPoint. The local demographics, is the community growing or shrinking? In a lot of our communities, particularly our rural communities, the communities themselves are shrinking. That's loss. That's a huge loss. Our kids go off to school. Where'd you say they all went to Pitt? No. Everybody shout for your school. In Oklahoma, we have the University of Oklahoma and Oklahoma State, and we're at each other all the time, so I get that. But have the kids all left, gone off to school, moved into the big cities, disappeared, and are not in your little community anymore? That's a significant community loss that will impact the life of your congregation and how you respond to it. Oh, too far. Oh, I got 1 minute and 52 seconds left. Thank you for that. I'm going the wrong way. She warned me about this. Okay, last point I'm going to make, and then we'll break for lunch, and I think cookies is a good way to do that. One of the things that loss does is it disrupts the continuity we experience with the past. It breaks the continuity, and as human beings, we need to have some sense of continuity, that what happened to me yesterday, what happens to me now, and what's going to happen to me tomorrow are connected in some fashion. And the way that what happens in a system when we experience loss is we struggle to restore the continuity, to restore the balance, to create some sort of a homogeneous feeling like things are still make sense. Next time, well, I've got another minute. I can say a few more things about that. But tomorrow we're going to take up how we build this continuity in the midst of grief and loss. But before that, I am going to back up for just a half a second and talk a little bit about grief itself, which was kind of the last 15 minutes of this morning. So I'll make some adjustments. We'll talk a little bit about grief, and then we'll move on to talk about nostalgia, yearning, and how we maintain continuity with the past, even as we anticipate the future that God is calling us into. Thank you. Let's have lunch.
Thank you, Bishop. Thank you for your patience as well, and we'll get lots more good time with you coming forward. We do, before we release you, because we've got a big afternoon, all kinds of activities going on, but we won't be in here. Or I don't think any of the sessions are in here, but we will be out and about enjoying our ministry fair, ministry share fair, and also our workshops. But a couple other critical pieces to know. I'll turn it back over to Carl to let you know those announcements.
Thank you. Quite a few varied announcements, and they don't all apply to everybody. First of all, headshots, and if you are scheduled to have a picture taken, headshots will meet outside registration A at the time that you're scheduled for your picture. Vitality Cafe. Opening soon, we invite you to experience the Vitality Cafe located in Suite 3 starting at 1 p.m. between the Ministry Share Fair and workshops. Feel free to come to the cafe for a cup of coffee, to converse, and to connect. Who knows, your contact may just go beyond the assembly. Ministry Share Fair. The Ministry Share Fair will be opening starting at 1 p.m. Please stop by and check out all the wonderful ministries. Deacons who are interested in sharing fellowship and a table at lunch will gather at the back of the room. Another one, Ministry Share Fair, opening at 1 o'clock. Needed a hearing aid charger to lend to an assembly attendee who forgot to bring their own. Please speak to Pastor Carl Shankweiler, since the person in need can't hear you right now. I think the real reason is he doesn't want his deficiency in memory to be announced to the entire assembly. And I keep thinking, thank goodness he did bring his false teeth. Now, this comes too late to do Josh any good, I'm sure, but I was told to announce not only is there a restroom out that door, but also out these doors over here. This is a little too late to do any use to you today, but it applies to tomorrow. We have 2 provided coffee breaks during the assembly, one Friday morning and one Saturday morning. Regular coffee, decaf, and tea will be available in the west foyer, the hallway directly behind the stage. Is there anyone who can recognize that person and then tell me during lunchtime? And finally, I promised you the picture of Kurt Garvey. And if you weren't here yesterday, I requested that you send him a greeting card of any kind. Just put a note in that you are thinking of him, and that is his address. And I invited you to put in $1.25 so he can buy a sticky bun. Could you put in more money than that, like $5,000? Please don't. Then he has to bother writing a response. We want to make it easy for him, just $1.25. That's all I have, unless anyone sent me announcements I neglected.
No, I think we're good. So lunch is next door, share fare, and all throughout the afternoon. If you have questions, our desk is manned, and folks can answer your questions. And it looks like we've got a point of privilege, order, whatever it might be, from Pastor Jendi.
Lead pastor, professional God person, Trinity Robizonia. Would
Sweet.
you bless us with grace before we eat?
That is such a wonderful idea. I think I am a pastor, so I will go with that. Thank you so much. Let us pray. God, what blessings we've been given, we can't even fathom. But you give us our food in due season. The season is here, the life is present, and we will eat more than just the delicious foods. Thank you for blessing us, for those who prepared it, and for blessing this time together that we have. Send us to be your feet, to feed the world, and to care for each other. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Enjoy.